Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Y'all, the time has come. So I had a couple challenges because I got logged out of Adobe and I didn't know my login information. And then also I realized that I remember this now, now that it happened, I remember this from doing it before, where somehow not everyone was on the same page with numbering the trial days, which is really funny. Some places are 1 day off from each other. Others are 2 days off from each other. But based on what DSN had said in the chat on Discord, I think we are on the same page as to where he's at and left off. But anyway, so just added some difficulties in there, making sure I have the right sidebars and everything. But we are here. We have this. Y'all, it was a crazy day with Baldwin. For anyone, I'm sure you guys have heard by now, that was something else entirely. But DSN, shout out to DSN, because this is why we are here. Why we are here. Because no squirrel left behind, right? As I will say, we have a member of the Squirrel crew who had never watched this trial before and has been watching this trial in his own spare time and giving us live updates in the Discord as to what is happening and where he's at and what his thoughts are. And I know I'm not alone in saying that. I feel like, oh my gosh, I wish we could be watching it together. And finally, I was getting the feeling that we needed a bit of a palate cleanser from Karen Reed and all the fuckery there in Massachusetts. And it just so happens he was coming upon Amber Heard on a stand. And I was like, now is the time. Now is the time. That is a sign. And so, if I have it correctly, where he had finished off was with day 14. Okay, good. Happy to see you guys. Okay, I'm just seeing, hold on. Okay, I'm just seeing that you guys, yes. Hold on. I'm just now seeing the chat. Hold on. Is it a common problem? Oh, okay. Blackwater has a question. First of all, my son and I are trying to find a phrase or sentence to say when one of us hopes we will be unalived mid-lecture. From politeness we suffer. What is the... Oh, okay. In my family, we would do this dramatically to be funny. We would say, goodbye, cruel world. That's what we would say. Is that what you're looking for? Goodbye, cruel world. Is that... hopefully that works for you. That's what I would think of, though. Oh, okay. Do you know how to tell someone to stop talking to you to death without offending them? Okay, another thing that we would do in my family is we would just randomly start singing from Simon and Garfunkel, which I know you know this song, Blackwater, The Sound of Silence. That's another clue. You just break out into song. Hello, darkness, my old friend, blah, blah. And then, and then they realize it's the sound of silence. So there's that. That is that. Hopefully either of those or both of them are helpful. But shout out to all my friends for here. So, right, with no humor or distraction. Okay. It might be context dependent, though. That's the only thing. Let me look back at your question again. How to stop talking you to death without offending them. Okay, I have one other one. Again, context dependent, right? But you could say, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I really want to be able to hear what you're saying and fully respond. And right now is just not the best time. Would be one. Like if you're really trying to genuinely answer it or say something. It just depends what they're talking about too, I guess, too. So yeah, so with Baldwin, though, the Judge Summer, I hadn't watched the whole trial, having said that it was so short, right? I mean, I've been in and out. Like, I did see the end of it, and man, I don't know. That was emotional for me. That was emotional for me, man. That was emotional because it was like, even without, I did watch all of Hannah Gutierrez's trial. I mean, but I've been falling in and out, right? I knew it was happening, but I hadn't been like gavel to gavel so far on the Baldwin trial. But when all this shit was going down, I was kind of up to speed, and like, essentially boiled down to a Brady violation. And it boiled down to the prosecution, as in Kari Morrissey, knowingly committing a Brady violation and then kind of trying to lie about it. And then, believe it or not, Kari Morrissey was called to the stand as a witness. That was the most insane thing I've ever seen. Like, I don't think that there's not even a framework for what happens, because, we all hear in these different cases where attorneys make themselves a witness, right? And what happens in that case. We know in Murdoch, Judge Newman potentially made himself a witness. We know in Karen Reed, potentially her attorneys made themselves witnesses, especially, well, just when it comes to the motion to dismiss. In this was something entirely else. You guys, here's the thing. Then it gets to cross-examination with Kari Morrissey as a witness, which she calls herself as a witness, mind you. And Spyro starts asking her questions, and that's when we learn that the other special prosecutor, who had just been brought in for this case specifically, walked out earlier that day. Walked out. She quit. And there was another paralegal that quit. Like people, when this came out in court today, everybody quit but her. And we learn this when she's on the stand under cross-examination from the defense attorney. This is bizarre. The prosecutor, and I forget her name right now, it escapes me, but the prosecutor who quit is the one who gave opening statements. She quit. She walked out. I know her last name was Johnson. Brady violation. It's withholding exculpatory evidence. So the prosecution is required by law, they have to turn over all evidence, but especially all exculpatory evidence. And we heard them, this has been a big point in Koberger, right? Because part of the thing is like, well, why do they have to turn over all evidence? Well, because, as Ann Taylor would say for Koberger, there could be evidence that is Brady, that is exculpatory, but that the prosecution doesn't know it's exculpatory, but only the defense knows exculpatory. And that's a very valid point, right? Like, what's going on in Iowa? Is there something weird with my microphone? Is it my microphone being weird? So basically they have to turn over all discovery, because anything could be exculpatory, right? And really, that it makes sense that that's in the eyes of the defense, that they would see it as exculpatory or not. Exculpatory evidence is evidence that would prove that the person didn't do the thing, okay? Inculpatory evidence would, think of it about in as an include. Inculpatory evidence would point to their guilt, right? Include them as a suspect. Whereas exculpatory evidence, think about escaping the charges. I just made that up off the top of my head. Escape. I know I'm saying that wrong, but it's to help you guys hopefully remember the terms. So exculpatory evidence, they're excluded maybe as being a suspect. So versus included, inculpatory evidence. So if they don't turn it over, that's a Brady violation that's based on case law. And that means you're fucked. By you, I mean the prosecution, the government, the man, right? You're fucked. Like, because you can't do that. It's one thing if exculpatory information or evidence comes out that was somehow accidentally looked over, or like, let's say in the case of Baldwin, right? Let's say law enforcement had withheld it or done something with it, right? But that the DA or that Kari Morrissey didn't know. That would have been one thing. However, it came out with the lead investigating officer on the stand. It came out that Morrissey knew about it. That's a whole different thing. That is the government withholding exculpatory evidence on purpose. It's what is not supposed to be happening. It's what is not supposed to be happening. So she took the stand in her own defense, essentially. Wow. And that's when we learned that the rest of the prosecutors and the rest of her office, everybody quit when they heard this. They all walked out. She's the only one left. Incredible. And then under cross-examination, she's flat out asked, like, how do you feel about Alec Baldwin? And I had a flashback to To Be Heard, where they're asking people, like, they're asking Spiegel, for example, and there's others too, like, do you like Johnny Depp? Do you watch his movies? Blah, 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 and it was a similar thing. She's like, I happen to love Alec Baldwin. I think he's a great actor, blah, 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 whatever. And Alec Baldwin, sorry. And then Spyro is like, did you ever call him a cocksucker in front of a witness? Oh my God, you guys. Like, y'all, and Judge Summer was having none of this. Like, this was done. This is what happens. This is what should happen and what did happen in this trial when the government fucks around and finds out. And all I could think about was the difference between Judge Summer and Judge Beth. That's all I could think about. Because you watch her lay the hand down. And Kari knows it's coming. And she's like, nah, what you're not going to do is fuck around with people's liberty, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Like, you're not going to fuck around with that. And she was like, we're done. I don't even need to think about it. She ruled from the bench, man. Oh, man. That was epic. She ruled from the bench. And she put it on the record, thorough record, all of the reasons why. She walked through it step by step. And it's dismissed with prejudice, okay? And with prejudice means you cannot bring charges again. Cannot bring charges again. He's free. He walked, and then the camera panned, and he was crying, of course. Correct, Abby. That is correct. Not only that, they actually hid it. It gets worse. They hid it under a different case number so that it wouldn't be found on purpose. They gave it a different case number and they labeled it as a document. Oh, and the evidence happened to be bullets, by the way. Rounds, as they say in the business. Can't trials just be boring again? I'm telling you, this was insane. Make trials boring again. No, y'all, this, oh man, it really meant a lot to see this, honestly, in the wake of a lot of injustice that's been going on. It meant a lot. It meant a lot to see this, where the judge was like, no, I don't even need to think about this. No, goodbye. And Kari Morrissey walked out of the courtroom alone. And then she walked out and did like a little press conference all by herself with no support staff and tried to explain that she was in the right, essentially. Oh man, it was wild. She could lose her law license over this, y'all. She could lose her license to practice law over this. Incredible. Yeah, I mean, we could pull it up and watch it now, but I mean, that's totally up to y'all. We do have this very somber looking Amber Heard standing await in her. How would you guys describe this outfit? This outfit was was a good one. Although one of my favorite outfits of hers comes the next day in trial when she dresses like what's his face, the North Korea dictator. Why am I blanking on his name right now? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Kim Jong-un. That's it. And but right now she's like a demure milkmaid from 1940 or something. Yeah, school marm, accurate. Yeah. So the other special prosecutor did not know and found out today when we all found out, and that's why she walked. That's why she walked, because that was clear. That was clear. This was because the other special prosecutor wasn't actually involved all the way along the way Morrissey was, because she was on some other case. So she was brought in, like, I didn't even know she existed, honestly, until opening statements. But she did not know. This was Morrissey. This was Morrissey. Oh yeah, off-Broadway Hamilton background character. That's another good one. Yeah. Yeah, so it was Morrissey all the way. And that's what the detective said. I mean, Morrissey was there. Morrissey saw when they had the evidence and brought it in and gave it a different number. Oh, but man, the way that it felt like it was honestly, I was looking at this as I saw it happen. And I was like, I know this is a Brady violation. I know this is, but in my mind, the government has done things this bad and worse 100 times over in Karen Reed's case. And this is what made it so clear to me. The judge, and it's honestly not fair, because it's like, let's just say that Karen Reed was born and raised in New Mexico and that all the same shit happened, but she ended up being tried in front of Judge Summer. Judge Summer more than likely would have, I mean, I can't say for sure, right? But just looking at how she's actually reasonable and doesn't let the government fuck around like that, like, this would have been shot. Her trial, I don't know that it would have gone to trial. I mean, because we kept saying, how did it make it this far? Well, Judge Bev is one of the reasons. And it sucks, man. It sucks. It sucks when you look at somebody who also deserves justice. And it was really clear it had nothing to do with Alec Baldwin, like being Alec Baldwin in this case at all. It was exculpatory evidence. And the other reason this was so moving was it was like his attorneys found this. This was not, again, this was not known. This happened all kind of really quickly. Like, yesterday was not a good day for the defense. And then this all unfolded kind of by happenstance. And like, then they made this motion and they brought it in today. Had he had other defense counsel, I don't know that this would have happened, but it spoke to the power of his defense counsel in finding this. And he's never going to he cannot be charged again. Yeah, he walked, not she. No, he walked. Hannah Gutierrez is still in prison. He walked. That's right. Yeah, he walked. Or you're saying she walked as in the assistant prosecutor. I see what you're saying. Yes, she did. She walked out. It was not on camera. We only learned about it when Morrissey was being cross-examined by Spyro. That's how we learned that she just, because it was like during a break, or I guess, like, she walked out. She resigned. She quit. She quit her job. She quit her job in the middle of this evidentiary hearing when she learned what happened with Morrissey. She quit her job. And so did the paralegal. And I think there was another person that quit as well. But yeah, it just makes you see, like, other defense attorneys may not have caught this because it was kind of happened really quickly and it had to be argued in a certain way. And like, the motion had to be really solid. But then again, also, it really, had Judge Bev been there, I don't think it would have been the same result, sadly. I think you could put evidence in front of Judge Bev that is like, hey, here's Morrissey committing a crime, the crime. Hypothetically, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, here's Morrissey. Morrissey was the one who shot the gun, right? I feel like you could put that in front of Judge Bev and Judge Bev would just, no, just ignore it. Honestly, like, it really is that clear. It's like, holy shit, this is what real judges do. I forgot about this. When things are fucked up, this is what real judges do. Oh, you mean Morrissey? Yeah, it's disappointing. It's very disappointing. It's very disappointing. Yeah, it's ugh. Yeah, the only way you know they quit is if you have to hear it from it comes out in cross-examination when Morrissey's on the stand. So that was a lot. But man, it just all I could think about was like, this is what we've been waiting for with Karen Reed. And I don't know that we'll ever see it because of the judge. Because she's got rock star defense attorneys, just like Baldwin has. It's like with Judge Bev, it's like being a flat earther, right? It's like you could put any evidence in front of Judge. It's not going to be, I just don't see Judge Bev ever seeing reality for what it is, honestly. Like, and I don't know if it's the townie thing. You know, we learned a lot about that whole sentiment from yesterday. That was a whole thing. And now things make a lot more sense to me in terms of how things got real fucked up real quick over there with the townie versus not townie and the connections, and hearing from the locals was so enlightening. For anyone who missed it, I highly recommend watching. We had 2 different live streams where we covered different Canton meetings, and it really is very enlightening to what the real deal is firsthand from the locals that have been living this. And it's not just with Karen Reed, it's with so many other cases and so many other people in that area. Like, there's other things that haven't made the news yet. It's insane. But like, the locals are asking for their town to be put into receivership, which I don't really even know what that means, but it sounds like it's the most desperate last resort situation that you can have, essentially. So y'all, is DSN here? Because this is us here for him, basically. I mean, we're here to watch Amber Heard, but we're here because DSN inspired us and has been watching this trial, and we're like, no, we have to watch it with you because no squirrel left behind. And I don't want us to get ahead, because I want to confirm he finished with day 14, as was the plan, because this is day 15. And okay, I'm going to start playing it, and then hopefully we'll hear from him. And I've got the sidebars queued up. So without further ado, here we go. It's happening, people. I'm going to make a banner. Her face. It's already so good, isn't it? I hope DSN is here. He's not here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to let you know that today we're going to go till 5:30. So I just want to let you know at the beginning of the day that we'll be going till 5:30. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Your next question. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, God, Elaine.
Amber, when we
Here we
finished
go,
yesterday,
guys.
we were talking about the Bahamas and the yacht and flying off in a helicopter. I'm going to just ask you to take a look at,
Y'all,
Michelle, if you can bring up.
That's one of my favorite moments. So, you know, we're going to have to hear it again. Flying off in a helicopter is so special and near and dear to my heart.
All right. Your next question. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, when we finished yesterday, we were talking about the Bahamas and the yacht and flying off in a helicopter. I'm going
What's
to
wrong
just
with you, Elaine?
ask you to take a look at, Michelle, if you can bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1091. I think that's 1090.
Let me know what other counters you want me to add. So far, I've just got what, if any. Hold on. So we're going to have other counters for sure. Yeah, I know, right? Wait, is this a sidebar?
Do you recognize this,
No.
this picture?
It's not. It's just,
Yes, that looks like the picture I took of Johnny in July, around July 2013.
Okay, and why did you take this picture?
Because at the time, there were,
right?
I was already sensitive. I'd been in a relationship with Johnny for over a year. You know, coming up on 2 years, and I had already noticed that there was this.
It's funny because watching this again, I'm just noticing more than I even like. Okay, Okay, let's back up real quick. Hold on.
Pattern
Just a second.
of time.
Okay, and why did you take this picture?
The question is, why did you take this picture? Because blank, right? Not that hard.
Because at the time, I was already sensitive. I'd been in a relationship with Johnny for over a year.
No,
Um,
this is BS.
you know, coming up on 2 years, and I had already noticed that there was this pattern of behavior changes with him that would make my life significantly more complicated or peaceful, difficult, or wonderful,
Okay.
depending on what he was using. And I only could tell what he was using because
All right. This is in reference. Okay. This is in reference to the pictures she took of Johnny, the ice cream and all that shit, right? It would be, this is when he was on drugs or whatever. And then she was taking these pictures of him, which, wow. No wonder she's having a hard time answering this question. These are the pictures she took of him and then sent to her best friend, Rocky, just basically to embarrass him. So initially I was trying to remember where we left off because I have not been watching. We just picked up here. So at first I was like, oh, are these pictures of her bruises or pictures of her scrap, whatever? That would be different. But these aren't pictures of injuries to her. These are just pictures of Johnny on drugs, apparently, according to her, right? And the answer to this question, the real answer, is she took them just to embarrass him. That's why. So I think what's happening here is kind of like in Karen Reed, like Elaine is asking this question to her simply to get ahead of cross-examination. Because really it's hard for her to, well, she's trying, but it's hard for her to say how she took these pictures without it being like, oh, I just took them to embarrass him. There's not really a good excuse. So that's what it is that she's talking about, is these pictures that literally she just used to essentially embarrass Johnny, maybe to blackmail him later. I don't know. But there's not, in other words, these pictures they have nothing to do with anything she's suffered, right? They're not pictures of her injuries. They're just pictures of Johnny passed out.
I would have to look for clues, and you know, he would pass out and you know, get sick and lose control of himself, and then people would pick him up and clean him up and fix it, and he wouldn't either remember, or he would deny it, or he would accuse.
Guys, okay, we have to make sure DSN, because here's the thing. I think where we're coming up on is, I think, I could be wrong, but I think we might be coming up on when they have the sidebar that talks about Johnny Depp being, I think they actually use the word impotent or something along those lines. And they have a whole sidebar about that. I'm pretty sure that's this day based on this testimony. And DSN's not going to want to miss that.
Accuse me of
DSN!
saying that this had happened when it didn't.
Roll call.
And there was no one to back me up. You know,
Roll
there was
call.
no, just his employees and everyone who had been taking care of him, versus my word. And so I started to take pictures to say, look, this is happening. This is, you know, I understood enough about addiction to know that you have to hit rock bottom. Like, you have to have some.
This is still her answering the same one question. And I don't even think she's finished a sentence yet. It's all a run-on sentence.
Consequence for your action or
Incredible,
for
really.
your behavior, if you ever change to get better. And it seemed to me like that was not happening. So I noticed a behavior pattern change, and he started to, instead of, you know, fits of rage, he started to pass out a lot and fall asleep, and kind of fall asleep mid-conversation. And it was just a pattern change. So I started to pick up on the clues,
guys.
so I could figure out what I was dealing with.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Exhibit 109.
How long was that answer, though? That went on for fucking ever.
And one.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All right,
Honor.
1091 in evidence, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And Ms. Heard, and what is depicted in this picture?
Oh, man, I really
Please
want
tell us.
GSN to be here, guys.
Johnny passed out on the island where we were vacationing. He had a bit of a stint of sobriety right before this, and it started to change with his friend Paul Bettany. And yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1095? We talked about March 2013 yesterday, and I just wanted to bring this up quickly.
Oh boy. Elaine. So it sounds like Elaine forgot something.
Do you recognize this picture?
I mean,
yes, that was taken.
Before you go further, did you take this picture?
Yes, I did.
The thing is that I didn't feel like I was being gaslit when I listened to Johnny Depp's answers. The other thing is Johnny Depp talks really slowly. So the way that he would answer a question would take a long time because between each word, he was very intentional and he's like the opposite. I speak very fast, he speaks very slow. So it's like, you know, a question would be asked and then there's like a long pause and then it's like, but done. I mean, I don't know, it's a cadence thing, right? And so it's like, it's not like he doesn't know the answer or have a good answer. It's like he's being very intentional, whereas it's like Amber Heard is scrambling because she doesn't have an answer. So she's just trying to talk until she comes up with something. But that's just my interpretation.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendants 1095.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1095 in evidence and publish.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now Amber, will you please tell the jury why you took this and when you took this?
This was after a several day bender, a binge of Johnny's, the 22nd of March, which we talked about yesterday, about he tried to burn a painting. It was accusing me of having affairs with a musician, my ex-partner, and he was on these, like, a drug binge where I saw him no eating.
It is very odd too when you have a dynamic like this where you have a couple and there's one person who is like in some sort of in the wake of like active addiction, as it were, whether it's alcoholism or drugs or whatever, and is like I feel like it's not all that usual, right? Because usually you would have both people in the couple doing the thing of like when she says he's on a bender, several day bender. Because imagine if you're the person who's not doing that, it would be hard, right? I mean, it would be hard. Like, I'm not saying it wouldn't be hard. I'm saying it would be hard, obviously. But I guess what I mean is it's weird that it lasted as long as it did in a way, because generally it just seems like the lifestyle differences would become a bigger problem. Although clearly they were. I don't know if I'm saying this right. Adriana B, Custom Furniture and Home Decor. Shout out to you. She says, I'm so excited you're doing a stream about this again, just starting now. I've missed the JD and AH stuff, rewatching all the old videos between Baldwin and Reed. I need a distraction. Excellent. Glad you're joining us. Yes. So our friend who should be here, I don't know where he is, DSN. Shout out to DSN. He had never watched it before. And he's here for every live stream, except for somehow not here right now. And had been watching the trial on his own and then keeping us apprised in the Discord as to where he's at in the trial and what's going on. And we're all like, oh my gosh, like, we want to be watching it with you. And finally we were like, we need a break from Karen Reed. And he was just getting to Amber on the stand. And that's when we decided to pick up here. So, oh, good. I'm glad I'm saying it right. So hopefully DSN will be here and then you'll get to meet him because he is awesome and very great. And he's the inspiration for this. And I know that a lot of people, including myself, are really happy to be watching this. It's funny because it feels like it's been for fucking ever. And it is a really nice break. And it's like, I'm going to be doing the sidebars too. And it's so funny. When I finished with the sidebar project, I was like thinking like, oh my God, like, oh, if I never see anything about this again, it'll be too soon. Right. But it didn't take that long. I mean, because as soon as DSN was like saying he was watching the trial, I'm like, oh my God, I missed that trial. And then I was like, wow, I thought I would never be saying that, but it happened, So Kit's been saying if we only go by how Amber Heard presents herself on the stand, she's a puritanical, drug-free teetotaler. Right. That's a good point. It does seem like she was also, yeah, good point. Good point. Oh, please join. Here, I'll put a link in the chat, or Nightbot will. Please join. It is free. It is fun. We have a great time. And the other thing is you'll get notifications about live streams, videos, all the things. Because as we all know, they don't always go through on YouTube. Please join. And for anyone who's watching here now, later, whenever, the Discord is free. The Discord is awesome. I think Discord is like the way of the future, in my opinion, for communicating with people. I freaking love it. And it's great. And you can be completely anonymous or you can use your real name. It's just awesome. So it's a way that we can keep in touch. It's like having the live chat, but it's like when it's not a live stream, basically. So everyone can chat. You can post pictures, videos. You can even do phone calls, video calls. And you'll love it, hopefully. So if you've never used Discord before, it can be a little bit confusing at first, but we will all help you out through it because we've all been there. It is very different if you're not used to that type of, I don't even know what to call it. It's very new. It's like new technology, but that's just to me, and I don't know anything. But it's different than what maybe a lot of people are used to. But it's really, I think it's the future for how people can communicate and keep in touch. Because what I love about it is you don't have a profile. It's not about self-promotion. It's just platform. Thank you, Kitsmith. That's what I was looking for. It's not about self-promotion. It's just communication. So like there's no profile. There's no showing off. The things that bug me about Facebook and Instagram and shit like that don't exist there, which is awesome. Oh, thank you. You know, and it's funny because I did feel like your name rang a bell, your channel ring a bell. That's totally fine if you skip the coverage of the Reed trial. Yeah, we cover other things, obviously, as you know, but that is awesome. And so you're already familiar with Discord, which is great. So there you go. And do you also have a YouTube channel? Because if so, everyone, please go check them out. Shout out to Iowa. I think I saw Iowa here earlier. I did. Actually, now I remember because they were saying Bluetooth headphones. So, but I'm happy to promote other our Squirrel friends that have channels. I'm happy to promote them. So shout out to Iowa, Backyard Cam, who I believe was looking for Bluetooth headphones and found them. Has an awesome channel with 24/7 woodland creature footage. Okay, so I swear to God, if DSM doesn't join us, I'm going to lose my mind because I'm going to be so sad. And my stars are uneven and it's driving me crazy, so I have to fix this. But I'm going to do a what if any counter, and if we think of other things, we can add them. And although having said that, well, Lally obviously, believe it or not, stole the show on that, but I think he said it too often. It would have been impossible to even keep up. So at least with Elaine, you can count it, I think. So, all right, back to the show.
Little to no sleep, and he would just use cocaine and drink all day long.
Okay.
And that would go for a period of time, and then a major blowout, and then he'd get sick and pass out, and then feel really awful. And
Shout out to
often,
Spencer.
including this time, would start a period of sobriety after that.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you.
Elaine. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to rewind that. This is so good. Shout out to Spencer. Happy you're here. And Spencer did join the Discord. Yeah. If you have questions, we will help you through it. Don't be shy. We are no squirrel left behind. I will say we will help you through it if you have questions. But let's listen to Elaine. Okay. She's used this tone before. Oh man, this trial is so funny.
You to mid.
Hold on. Okay. Let's just listen and enjoy Elaine's response to Amber's answer. Spinny wheel.
A major blow.
Okay, here we go. Oh, there's new baby bunnies. Oh, how cute. I love the baby bunnies. I have a baby bunny in my backyard.
Feel really awful, and
okay.
Often, including this time, we'd start a period of sobriety after that.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to mid-July 2013.
The way
Tokyo-
Elaine says that, it's like she literally wasn't even listening to that answer and doesn't even give a shit, which is funny, really.
press tour for Lone Ranger. Can you please tell the jury about that particular trip and the events relating to Mr. Depp?
Sure. He was promoting
Everyone check
Lone
out
Ranger,
Iowa
and
for the baby
I
bunny.
had just met his kids at the premiere in Los Angeles shortly before this tour started. They found out about me.
Amber, I'm going to just ask you not to go through that.
Sure.
Just take us to Tokyo, please. Okay.
So I
Oh
believe we
my
went from
God.
that stop to
In
Tokyo.
other words, her narrative was a little bit too backstory-ish, even for Elaine.
With the kids. And
She's like,
he
Amber,
had
she's like, Amber, if you could just fast forward to the somewhat relevant part, please.
difficulty with drinking in front of them. He was trying to hide it. And yet he was dealing with some stress, some stress around his career. I didn't have a lot of details, but he was drinking
Yes.
at the restaurant, and the kids were kind of, noticing, but not really sure what to make of it.
Objection calls for speculation. And
That's right, it does.
She didn't say what they said.
I'll sustain
Yes.
us to the last
Okay.
part of the
Yes.
answer.
Okay, please
Object-
continue, but don't say what they said. Okay, the kids said.
Anyway,
Oh, it's so good.
Johnny became upset with me for judging him. He was, I couldn't. It was like I couldn't win if I didn't do anything. If I didn't say anything to him about the drinking, if I didn't acknowledge it, it got worse. If I did acknowledge it, it was my fault and I was nagging. And I get it.
That's probably accurate.
I wouldn't like to be told what to do either. So,
I mean,
but it made him really angry. And the
yeah, I
kids
mean, I believe she was nagging, so.
were on this press tour, and I was just concerned about them. I was concerned about them hearing us. Johnny screamed at me in the hotel room, and all I could think were the kids were in an adjoining room. What if they could hear us? I had just met them, and I didn't want them to think poorly of me and hate me, not knowing what was going on, in our behind closed doors. I just,
Right.
I remember it was name calling, and he eventually passed out.
Do you recall what names he called you? Do you recall what he said?
I heard at this time nagging bitch all the time, called me a cunt. He even said that he made a mistake with me, and then he didn't want to, that when we touched back down, he'd get rid of me and I'd go back to, he said some disgusting things to me.
I have to say too, as far as her outfits goes, I'll never forget the day when DSN was watching the trial, and it was earlier in the trial. I think it's like day 7, but he just randomly pops up in the Discord. He's like, it's like discovering these things for the first time, that those of us who watched the trial before, we all know that we all have these things that we're like, we already know how funny they are, but someone's seeing it for the first time. So he puts in the chat, in the Squirrel Crew chat on Discord, and he's like, puts a side-by-side picture of Amber Heard. She's sitting there, in court. And it's a side-by-side of her and Tom Cruise. And it's just a question. It says, why does Amber Heard look like Tom Cruise in A Few Good Men? And it's the day she's wearing that military outfit. And literally, guys, it is the spitting image. I died. I just died. And I was like, oh my God, we're gonna have to watch this again. We're just going to have to watch this again. I think that Karen Reed was still awaiting a verdict or lack thereof at that point. But anyway, just her outfits, man. It's a whole thing. Kitsman says he made a mistake, then looks down suddenly, remembers, oh, this is a sad thing. I need to look sad. Accurate. Spencer says Johnny text describing Amber that her own team read as if that was a dagger to Johnny's case or something. It was so classic. Yes, I know. That's right. Yeah. All the words he's to describe her accurate. Yep.
I don't know if I need to repeat it.
Okay, let's go. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1090? You indicated, I think, that he passed out at the end of that. Did you take this
Her
picture?
trying to look, this is, y'all.
I did.
I can't
Okay,
stand
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of
That's right,
Defendant's
Dr.
Exhibit
Eagle.
1090.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank
I
you.
think you're thinking of the
1090
same day
evidence.
that I call it the Kim
Thank
Jong
you.
Un outfit, which is tomorrow in court.
And where was Mr. Depp when you took this picture?
He was passed out with his head in a table in the hotel room, in our hotel
Yeah.
room, not the kids' hotel
Right.
room
Yep.
in Tokyo
Kim
on
Jong
that
Un.
press tour.
All
It
right.
actually inspired me that when we get to that, I need to do like DSN and pull up a side by side because it's really great. By the way, Johnny Depp, you can tell he's wearing one of those outfits that I happen to really like it when dudes wear. It's like the outfit where it's like dress pants with like the shirt with like the sleeves rolled up and then like the vesty thing. Clearly, I don't know the names of those garments. But you know, there's dudes who else dresses like that. I'm trying to think. It was a thing. I think it's a very good look. But you can tell he's wearing that type of outfit. I think it really suits him. It's just a shame that he's on the floor and it's this angle.
I'm going to take you to August 2013.
I think it is. Cross.
What, if any, discussions did you start having
What,
with
if
Mr.
any?
Depp about moving in with
Ding
him?
ding. We have a winner.
Well, after this, I was getting close to his kids,
Why
and
is
he
Question
had
so hard for her to
a
answer.
stint of sobriety shortly after that, and it felt really good again. And shortly after that, he started suggesting that I let
Yay.
him rent my apartment
Oh, yeah.
for
Cool.
the vultures. That's what he called the press. And he said now that we were like a known couple, now that it was out in the press, that my apartment wasn't like safe effectively for me. And I had a modest apartment in Los Angeles. And so he started saying I needed to have security on me, or
This is where it's like, oh, I'm going to force you into having nice things.
we'd rent out the neighboring
you, Amber?
neighboring houses
Like,
because of
y'all.
the vultures. And
This is where, dude, DSN, I swear to God. Okay. Maybe DSN, something happened and he'll catch up and maybe he'll watch. Anyway, I don't know. I hate this that we're not getting to do this together. But this is where things really start to change to this day in testimony. And I know Fender also hopefully will be here too, but she's, of course, in different time zones. So that makes sense. But anyway, this is where we hear about Johnny fucking buying all the shit for everybody. Like, come live here. And then all of her friends. Like, it's really, the generosity is on a completely different level.
it was a conversation, and then that conversation evolved into that I should move in with him. Always wanted me to go with his security guards, wanted me to have his credit card. Obviously, I wouldn't accept that, but the conversation about moving in became, hard to resist because I was increasingly becoming a part of his life, and also loving his family and feeling like, more stability would mean more stability with him and his struggles with drug and
You can tell she's trying to not say, well, I loved him, so I wanted to move in, which is weird because why would you see what I mean, guys? It's like, it's gaslighting. It's like, why can't you just say you wanted to move in there? Like, it's not realistic. Her answers are, she's trying to find every other reason and none of it's making any sense. Like, even if it was like something to do with his family, you could say, oh, I want to be closer to his family, whatever, right? But she's just, it's too many words, it's too many different answers, and it's not making sense to me. It doesn't feel genuine to me.
alcohol use. And I thought I would minimize some of the jealousy and insecurity that he had.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
hard for me to
Good
work, justify working every audition, every meeting,
Oh.
every script I got.
We are way ahead of you, Adriana. I know I said it correctly before, and now I don't remember how I said it. But we actually made this joke, I don't know, a week or two ago. We actually made this joke. on one of the live streams, like about, or was it in the Discord? We were like, what if, dude, we were like, what if Elaine and Lally were married? What would their life be like? We were actually asking that question. Because yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I can't even, it breaks my brain to think about it. But we did already go down this road. We also think about his life, just daily life. Like, hi, honey, I'm home. How was your day? Oh, it was great. I wore my lucky tie. I can't even deal without laughing. That's right. Yes. Spencer says I'd watch that reality TV show. Oh my God. Yes. Bravo, as in the TV channel. If you're watching, do it. And then you owe all your money to Spencer, because yes, that needs to be the next TV show. I don't even watch TV. I would get TV so I could watch it. Kit Smith says, so her moving with JD was such a sacrifice. Right. She was under his thumb. What was her? Yep. Oh my God. Honestly, people that aren't them, like other people, you know, like actors or funny people, could do like like a SNL style thing, right? They could do like a series on to be funny, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Like a Lally and Elaine, but it's two actors. Anyway, sitcom, maybe. As you can see, I don't watch TV. This is my point. So they could do it as like a, to be funny. Oh my God, what is a comedy? I feel like I'm there's a word I'm looking for. A parody, right? And they could do like a show. I could write them the script, honestly. It wouldn't even be hard. It's like, oh my God. Oh, you don't have to. I mean, I'm sure you'll hear a lot of the jokes. We have a lot of really fun. We really did make it. We did find a lot of fun and funny moments with Karen Reed, although there's a fuck ton of injustice. But yeah. Satire, yes, satire. Is there a difference between satire and parody? Hold on, I know there is. Let me think. I guess satire is meant to usually serve some sort of a higher purpose when it's making fun of something, versus parody is just making fun of it. But y'all let me know if I'm wrong on that.
A negotiation or a fight, I had to justify it like as if I was saying, hey, let's have an open relationship. It was, and I thought that would be minimized if I could make him feel more secure. But, if we live together, certainly there'd be more security, right? And that was my reasoning.
So you talked about still reading scripts and things. What, if anything, did you do differently in terms of pursuing your acting career?
Well, I've always
dude.
I've always been really independent, and I've never imagined not working. I've worked from
everything you guys, I've watched this trial a lot of times. It's worse every time hearing her answers, especially because in between watching this trial, we've seen other trials and we've learned more just in general and in life. And it's like, this is worse every time. I'm thinking to myself, how is it that I ever even believed anything she said? It took up until the Australia bit, that's when I was like, oh, she's full of shit. I'm like, how the fuck did I buy anything she was saying up until then? Because this is just, I don't even know. It's hard to watch, really.
Earliest time I can imagine. I come from, parents who worked until they literally couldn't anymore. I never imagined myself having to explain my job or justify my job, but I did, and I'm independent, and I see myself as independent and strong-willed.
Well, don't blame me for the bad pictures you guys have in your minds with this question, but oh God, that's right. The way you said that is exactly it. That's exactly it. Okay, here's the question though. Who's asking who? Is that Lally to Elaine or Elaine to Lally? Oh, I don't even want to know.
And I had to bargain every time I get a script. It would be,
it says deal, right?
Yeah.
Oh God.
I thought you weren't taking another job. I'd always say, are you kidding me? That's crazy. I have to work. I support my family. When I moved out to LA, I'd get a check for a gig, $600.
You know what's really funny is they both had that same issue where they could never, like Elaine forgot to turn on her mic. Lally had his mic on, but he could just never hear him. I didn't even make that connection either until now that they both had that same issue as well. Not just the what if any. Thank you, Kitsmits. You mean like, should we mate? Bravo. Bravo. Bravo, throwing in the mate. You know I love that part. It's one of my favorite parts of the trial. Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
Something. I save half for me, send half to my family. I kept having to justify taking work by saying, I'm supporting my parents, I'm supporting my sister, I'm supporting my family. I have to work.
Still answering the same
And he
question.
would say, you don't have to work, kid. Let me take care of you. My woman doesn't have to work. And that sounds really sweet and really romantic in some way, but it became a real fight. Every time
Oh God.
I got a script, it was what
I'm trying, Your Honor. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That could go a whole different direction, couldn't it? Oh no.
kind of, how I was dressing, what kind of behavior I'd have, how did I have a sex scene? And then I started saying, no, I won't take the sex scenes, or, I'll take the part where I don't play, that kind of character. Or then I started minimizing the kinds of kissing scenes that I had. And eventually I had to change.
One thing I will say is typically if you've got someone who's that controlling over their partner, where they're like paranoid that they're cheating on them when they're not. And as we know, Amber seems like, I think, was, but anyway, let's say that she wasn't, or whatever couple it is. Let's say that the person's really not cheating, right? Like there's just no way they're cheating. Fender is here. We're just getting started at beginning of day 15. And we're talking about Elaine and Lally having sex. So, but yes, so, but let's just say that there's a couple where one person's really not cheating and there's no reason to think they're cheating. And the other person has like these paranoid thoughts and, constantly thinks they're cheating. It really is like a type of paranoia. Typically what you have is there are other partners would have also experienced that because it comes from somebody in the past having cheated on them. But in other words, if the partner they have is not cheating on them, but they're constantly suspicious about that, it's not because of the partner they're with, it's because of something else that happened before. So what she's describing, we would hear this from other people maybe, right? If they decided to talk about it, but that they also had been through this where he was constantly paranoid and didn't want them to leave the house and whatever the fuck. Right. That's where we are. Sex scenes. Yes. That's right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. We were starting out with the sex scenes, but it was Elaine and Lally because we're trying to destroy our brains with that imagery.
Change the wardrobe that I could have in the movie. I couldn't have a sex scene, but that all, it didn't happen all at once.
She heard us, guys.
It was little thing after little thing after little thing. And eventually I found myself pushing as many scripts off my desk as I could, picking the ones that
speaking of Lally, she says little thing after little thing after little thing.
Minimal makeup, dress as conservative as possible, finding ways to minimize the scenes I had where I had a romantic involvement of any kind. It was a constant battle and negotiation.
So let me take you back. Did you, as a result of your discussions with Mr. Depp about moving in,
I almost forget she was
did there come a time
bisexual.
that you did move in with him?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please. And let me ask you this. You've talked about penthouse. We've heard a little bit about penthouse appointments and suites. Could you just explain to the jury the different places that Mr. Depp had in Los Angeles and what they were called, just so we have some context here when we're going through all this?
It's a little confusing, I imagine. He had about, I think, 4 or 5 mansions in this beautiful like, border of Beverly Hills and West Hollywood. And they were all in a cul-de-sac, and we called it Sweetser because that was the name of the street. And there are 5 houses, I think 5 houses. It could be 4, all, effectively he had the whole street. Then he had about 5 penthouses downtown on the same floor of the Eastern Columbia
That's very
building, which you've heard
interesting.
about, the ECB. And Sweetser was, Johnny's
Yeah.
kingdom.
As long as everybody's on the same page, it's all good. Like, that's awesome. I love that, that's some like much more exciting life experiences than what I've had in that department. So that's good. I love that. I love that. More power to you guys. And I love that you seem to be happily married, which is great too. So Kids was saying, this is very much assuming anything Amber says here is true. Right. JD being jealous and such is definitely a count. Right. Yeah, but the jealousy doesn't seem, according to Amber, isn't even the biggest thing. It's the drugs, right? In terms of him suddenly becoming quote unquote violent against her. So Spencer being fair says, I agree, it does count against him. So putting it on the board, I think it's about 134-2. Johnny down by 130. Yeah. So yeah, so that's exciting. Like I'm just, I love the spicy lives that people have in the chat. That's great. That's awesome. Well, congratulations on your 15th wedding anniversary. That's awesome. Happy wedding anniversary.
One of those houses was like
Yes,
a whole
indeed.
house was his man cave. It was a studio, and it was where he made music and hung out. And we spent some time in there, but that was effectively Johnny's, place. And then there was the downtown places, and they were effectively empty, save for some furniture and one of Johnny's friends, Isaac, who you met. And he lived there at some point before Johnny and I eventually decided to move in together.
Let me just stop you there. I just want to make sure we're clear. Are we talking about the penthouses, or are we talking about Sweetser?
Isaac lived in the penthouses.
Okay.
The rest of them were pretty much empty. And my best friend, who I was very, 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 very close to, went through a breakup, and he very kindly insisted on moving her into this penthouse. And of course, she said no for the first few times, but he insisted and said they were empty and he would love to have her move down there. And he very kindly moved my best friend downtown. Problem is,
Rocky?
yeah,
Okay.
Rocky Pennington. But the problem is it's like 30, 45 minutes from West Hollywood, where my place was, which we call Orange.
Very kindly. So wait, I have a question. So we don't have enough info for what now? Okay. Don't know what went on between them, that as in her work. I'm not sure what you mean, because now I'm like, well, wait, do we have, now I want to make sure we don't have enough info. Absolutely. 100%. Yep. Spencer, accurate. We can speculate though, and we will, and we must. Yes. And it's really funny because like in criminal trials it's a bit different, but here, this trial, it just begs for that. You know what I mean? Because it's literally just about two people's relationships. So I don't know. There's really no way around it, right? Like this particular trial. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. He said, she said, yeah. Yeah, it seems like, well, from what I can tell, I really don't know. Like, it seems like he didn't want her getting these jobs because it was putting her in the spotlight and she was getting attention. And then maybe also she would meet some other Hollywood dude, which kind of makes sense in a way, right? Like, okay, if you just imagine how did the two of them meet? They met on a movie set because they were co-stars, or I don't know if she was a co-star. She's probably an extra, whatever. Anyway, they were both in a movie, right? And they, Hollywood, whatever, glitz and the glam. I don't know. And then they meet, and then that's how it all starts. And then I suppose it's plausible to think that that could happen again with somebody else. Like, I don't know, James Franco, shout out James Franco, or whoever. And so, especially because, oftentimes, like, if there's male and female leads, they are supposed to have, like, chemistry and shit. Although, of course, Johnny Depp knows better than anyone that shit is for a movie. It actually is really unusual. Like, what happened with them is kind of unusual, where it's like, oh, well, that happened in real life. But anyway, yeah, if we didn't speculate, we'd lose our mind even more. Yep. Oh, she was a co-star in that movie. Okay, I don't even, what movie was it even? I can't remember. That's a good point. That's a good point with Elon Musk, right? That's right. Yes. I know. It's great. And honestly, it is really important because we do so well like when we do so well being so disciplined in like criminal trials to not speculate, then it's like, then this is where we can get it all out of our system.
At the time. Okay.
Rum
So
Diaries.
When did you move into?
Yep. I never saw that.
Shortly after he moved Rocky, my best friend, into the penthouse. So she was in one of these empty-ish apartments, and somewhere around that time, I think it took me some time actually, but after that, I eventually agreed to move in with him and give up my place, although that made me pretty nervous, to be honest. But we were in this relationship that was very serious, and we were constantly traveling. Also, as another part of it is we were in LA for a matter of days or weeks. I'd go do a job, he'd go do a job. I'd come back for a photo shoot,
It's really
red
worse than I
carpet,
remember.
go on a location, go visit him on a location. And there was an incredible amount of travel and movement. So we weren't really, again, living the day-to-day that you might normally with a partner, where you have a home and you move in together and you have one home. We didn't have that. It was
Okay.
very different.
I'm going to take you to September
Elaine,
of 2013. What were you filming at that time?
It's just great. I'm saying great as a joke, how Elaine just jumps around in the timeline. It's already confusing. And Elaine's just like, let's just jump around here and there. Yeah.
London Fields?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Oh, the
I was
London
filming
Field.
London Fields. I just started.
All right. And did there come a time that you became engaged to Mr. Depp?
You guys,
Well-
wait, sorry. Elaine answers that question for her.
Yeah, it was difficult because in that role was a very difficult role. I mean, every time,
The question was, do you become engaged?
every scene that involved sexuality or romance
Action,
was like,
non-responsive.
I'd look at that on the page and it felt like I'd feel my gut tighten because I knew it was going to be an issue.
Oh yeah,
but
no, that makes sense, Kitsmits, for sure.
Johnny dropped me off. I
I
gave him the script. I sent him pictures of what I was wearing in my wardrobe fittings. I sent him everything. I shared my script with his.
And like, that's why I was saying like that typically you would have seen this behavior with other partners. Like if Johnny Depp were actually like that. So I totally agree. I think you're spot on. I think she's also making it up or at the very least exaggerating it. I agree. Because yeah. His problem was about her ambition. Yeah. We don't know. Where's DSN? Great question. That's the $1 million question. DSN, if he watches this on replay, he's gonna be like, wow, I sure was popular. Because like this is all about DSN. I mean, we don't know. Cuckoo, cuckoo, squirrel call. I mean, it's, I don't know. I hope everything's okay. Oh, wow. Like them being in sex scenes, you mean? Sexy time, like Lally and Elaine. Oh, God. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
His team, and the fighting eventually kind of minimized. It was clear I was going to do this job, and I told myself I had to do this job. And Johnny had to go to London, I think, for some pre-production stuff for a movie he was going to do a smaller part
It's a great
in.
point.
I think.
Great point, because look at what she's wearing now, when she can wear whatever she wants. Like, they're not, in other words, they're not together. He's not picking out her outfit. And we all know she went from Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men. There's the circus ringleader get up. Then we got what, demure school marm. And then later on we have Dr. Evil / Kim Jong-un. So, you know.
It was called, I think this was Into the Woods, is my best guess. So he dropped me off in London. And when he dropped me off in London, we had a few days
We like the Vesty Thing
at this hotel that we first, consummated our relationship in, as when we were on the London press tour.
Right.
And our relationship developed. That was the same hotel. And we were in this same room, which is Johnny liked to be in the same room. And it was really sweet. He got down on one knee and said, I want you to be my girl forever, my woman, my girl. I want you to.
It's like, this is so stupid. Sorry, there's nothing believable about this. I've never been proposed to. Y'all that have, let me know what you think about this story from her. This is not believable to me. But yes, I'm sure her lawyers did recommend that she dress all innocent. But my point is like that when JD recommends she dress differently, if he did, right? According to her. Like, my point is like the problems in her thinking. Like, she's saying it's a problem when if JD said it to her. She's saying he did say it, right? Trying to control what she's wearing. But like, if her lawyers recommend she dress differently, cover up her arms and whatever, no cleavage, whatever the fuck, well, she's not suing them. So
be the rest of my life. Say yes to me. He said he wanted to spend every day. He promised me that every day when I woke up, that I would wake up and he would make me smile at least once. And that would be his goal. And, I looked into his eyes and I saw my future, hope, like blind hope, so in love.
it's just not. I think the first time I saw this trial, I had blind hope that she was being honest about any of this. And at this point, I still had the blind hope up until Australia, like I said earlier.
It was one of the most, I can't describe that kind of joy. I thought, if we were married, then this is real. This is real. This isn't a thing of, this isn't chaotic and this will change. I had so much.
If I were on the behavior panel and I'm play acting, right? I'm going to play act. It's like in Murdoch when they bring in the two elderly gentlemen and say, let's play dress up and you're going to come in and play trial and be a coroner and a lawyer. It's like that. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to be on the behavior panel for just a second let me back it up just a second to get the quote right. Hold on.
Hoping that a thing of, this isn't chaotic and this will change. I had so much hope in that moment.
Wait, I didn't go back far enough. Sorry, hold on.
This is real. This is real. This isn't a thing.
That, like, again, if I'm playing dress up on behavior, it's like dress up day and I'm behavior panel for dress up. It's like, that's her trying to convince herself to believe what she's saying. Just believe her own bullshit. But that's just me playing dress up.
Of this isn't chaotic and this will change. You know, I had so much hope in that moment. And I just said to him over and over again, are you serious? Are you real? Are you serious? Are you sure? Because he didn't have a ring. So I thought, is this an impulse thing? You know, my experience, Johnny, could be very impulsive. And he said over and over again, be my woman forever. I want you to be my wife, my wife, my wife.
You know what that reminds me of, guys? Holy fuck. Hold on. Let me play that part again. Does this remind you of anything? I'm like, why does this sit weird with me? Oh my God. I know one of you guys is going to get it because we share the same brain things sometimes. Hold on. What does this remind me of? I'll point it out.
He said over and over again,
hold on. Here.
Be my woman forever. I want you to be my wife, my wife, my wife.
Does that remind you guys of anything? Creepy. That's creepy. I hope one of you guys guesses it. Yeah, I agree though, Kitsmits. And that's exactly what I'm saying is like, typically this would be something that would be a pattern in all of their relationships if they are paranoid like that. But does anyone know, why does that sit weird with me? Does it remind you guys of anything else? Does it give you guys the heebie-jeebies? That is the good wild guess, but no. I'll give you a hint. Something much more closer in time. Y'all, I'm going to give you guys a big, giant fucking hint, so you're welcome. Count how many times she says, my wife. Let me back it up. Y'all are going to be like, oh my God, of course. There it is. You got it. You got it. You got it. That's it. That's it. Jen. That's it. And spinning wheels happening again. That's it. Ding, ding, ding. 1 million squirrel points goes to Adriana.
He said over and over again, be my woman forever. I want you to be my wife, my wife, my wife.
Creepy. Creepy. Did Jen McCabe study Amber Heard and be like, that's what you should do on the stand? That's smart. Oh, Fender said it first. Did I miss it? Oh, Fender, thank you. I didn't see that. That's correct. Yes. Okay. 1 million. You know what, though? Everyone gets 1 million squirrel points for everybody because I love all of you guys. Whose squirrel is it anyway? Where none of the squirrels are made up and every squirrel matters. Right. Yes. Excellent. Yes. The Schmiegel voice, you know, just grated on me the whole time. And it's always in threes, right? Yes, I agree. It is. There's a lot of similarities and their facial gestures being really over the top and inappropriate. It's like they don't know what face they're supposed to make. It's very weird. One could do a whole comparison of a side-by-side with the two of them. It'd be an interesting study.
I, of course, cried. And we had a wonderful evening.
Weird.
And he left shortly after. And I was like, the next day I had to go to work and I couldn't tell anyone. And I wasn't sure. Part of me was worried that he didn't mean it or that he wasn't sure. I just didn't want it to be an impulse thing. So
facial expressions are very weird here. And they've changed from what they were a second ago, but they're very weird. It's like she does not know what emotion she's supposed to be having right now.
I didn't want to mention it. I want to bring it up. I didn't.
Right.
And I kind of felt, I walked around for a few days like I had butterflies.
You might be right.
Under my skin. And
under your skin.
Then he brought my dad out to London with my best friend.
Doesn't she mean in her stomach?
Friends. And my dad told me, Johnny has asked me permission for your hand in marriage. And I felt like the luckiest woman in the world.
So while you were filming London Fields and Johnny had gone back to LA, what, if any, issues did you have with him on fraternizing with the cast?
Fraternizing. That's a good one. That reminds me of when she says mate later.
I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you pull up defendant's
Look
exhibit
how she just
188?
interrupts her.
please.
Oh my God, I love it. So good. So good. And Amber's now going to have some time.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay.
Your Honor, I'm going to, let's pull up 188A.
What?
I've redacted everything but what Mr. Depp says
All right. Let me
on
just take a look at
188A.
This is weird.
188A.
Why
That's
are you
omission
not?
against interest.
What are you doing, Elaine? What are you doing? Is there going to be a sidebar?
Do you have that? You don't have it?
Wait, what was the disclaimer, offender? I missed the disclaimer. Let's drive the car to the side.
While they're working on that, can you tell us
Elaine,
what transpired between you and Mr. Depp when you wanted to do something with a cast member?
So, as I said, he came
I missed your disclaimer.
to London for his own work and also dropped me off in London where I had to be for a few months to film this movie. And he asked me to marry him. He brought my best friends and my dad out. They left. And shortly after they left, my co-star, one of my co-stars, invited me to go to a concert with him and some of the cast
I
to
do
kind of
think
break the
there's a-
ice. And
I do think there's a
I'd be
sidebar.
working with them for the next few months.
Right.
And I had already, I already knew I couldn't be photographed, even if it was platonic. I couldn't be photographed with men or women
I
that
think that's
other people
spot
could
on,
possibly spin as romantic.
Yeah.
I had learned that
Brilliant.
but in January, the hard way. So I asked him permission
So this is a different story all of a sudden?
if I could go to this concert
Oh boy.
with the cast. And I said, Johnny, that he's my co-star.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Don't tell us what the co-star
That was
said.
amazing.
Just tell us what your communication was with Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay. Her communications are hearsay.
Oh, this is getting to a sidebar, guys. I
I
remember this.
sustain the objection.
I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah,
Everyone approach this.
Yes.
we did it. We have the first sidebar. Sorry, that's epic. I'm gonna have to rewind it. This is the first side. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. That was so good. What a way to get into our first sidebar. Hold on, let me rewind this.
If you-
Smidgen. Wow. Wow. Incredible. Blackwater says she's so allergic to her. Appropriate response there. Spin this. I'm telling you, spinny wheel today.
I said, Johnny, that he's my co-star.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Don't tell us what the co-star said. Just tell us what your communication was with Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay. Her communications are hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
I'm not sure I understand.
I'm
Everyone
not.
approach this.
I
Yes.
can't. You guys, I'm not sure I understand. Oh, legendary. This is legendary. And the other thing is we know that Amber does a lot of this projecting and there's a lot of irony because of course it seems like she keeps trying to say that she has the mentality that she can fix him. Which would make sense as to what you're saying here. So, oh, interesting. Cheek implants. I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh yeah, she does. Okay, you guys, it's time. It's sidebar time. So let me pull up. Hold on. Aha. Okay. Here we go. So this is what I was saying before is how it says day 15 on the trial, but in the transcripts for sidebars, it's day 16. So it just makes it more confusing, which is great. Why can't I zoom in? How did I do this before when I was trying to zoom in? I clicked on the zoom in button. Huh, go figure. Okay. Oh my God, not that much. let's do it this much. Okay, cool. So, oh my God. Hold on, let me zoom out. It'll be easier. Actually, I'm trying to remember. I'm going to remember all my tricks here, guys. Let me Control F myself. Hold on. Okay, this is right. Okay, cool. So it doesn't always say sidebar when there's a sidebar, as I learned, but I was wondering if it would find this first sidebar, and it did. All right, here we go, guys. Oh my God. It's just like the old days. So zoom in. All right. Wow. Oh my God. All right, Ms. Vasquez. Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Don't tell us. I honestly don't remember my Elaine voice. So what's going to happen is it will happen naturally when it happens. Don't worry. I'm sure it will happen. Don't tell us what the co-star said. Just tell us what your communication was with Mr. Depp. Ms. Vasquez, objection, hearsay. Her communications are hearsay. The court, I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Bredhoff. Oh, I think I'm fine. I think I'm remembering. I think I'm remembering. I'm only giving it another second. Ms. Bredhoff, I'm not sure I understand. There it is. There it is. I'm not sure I understand. Oh my God. It's hard because I'm laughing so much in my heart, and I'm trying not to laugh out loud to ruin sidebars. Okay. So I'm not sure I understand. The court, if you want to approach, that's fine. Ms. Bredhoff, yes. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Oh my God. I needed to prepare mentally better, and I didn't do it. Okay. Ms. Vasquez, she's going to talk about what she said and asking for permission. That's hearsay. Ms. Brock, she's on the stand. Sorry, I can't. Am I going to even be able to? Okay. Straight face. Ms. Brock, she's on the stand. It's not an out-of-court statement. The court, she's testifying to an out-of-court statement. Ms. Vasquez, correct. Ms. Bredhoff, she's on the stand. That's not hearsay, Your Honor. What she communicated. Oh, I remember this one. I remember this one. Oh. The court, what she said out of court could be considered hearsay, but I'm not sure what the statement is that's coming in or what she's going to say. Ms. Vasquez, she asked for permission she asked Mr. Depp for permission. You know, she wants to be able to go to a concert with her co-star. The court. That's not going to be in evidence. What's the next one coming in? What's she about to testify to? I don't know. Ms. Bredhoff, her communication with Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp tells her he doesn't want her to go. Ms. Vasquez, well, Mr. Depp's statement is not hearsay, but her communication saying she's asking for permission, that's an out-of-court statement. Ms. Bredhoff, she's on the stand, Your Honor. Oh, that's right. I remember this actually made it into the semifinals for the funniest moments, and I think I called it she's on the stand. Okay, Ms. Bredhoff, she's on the stand, Your Honor. That's not hearsay. She can ask about it. She's subject to cross-examination. I'm dying. The court, yes, she's subject to cross-examination, but even what she said out of court could be considered hearsay. I'll take them one at a time. That's already in evidence. That's fine. And then we can get into whatever Mr. Depp said. It's fine. But these conversations back and forth, some of them are going to come in for context purposes. Ms. Vasquez, I understand that. The court. So we're just going to have to do them one at a time. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bredhoff, okay. You guys, my abs hurt from trying to hold the laughs. And I just want you guys to know, for whatever laughing you're hearing, or you're probably hearing me try to stifle my laughs, my abs hurt, just so you know. And I do ab exercises every day. So just to give you the context for that, that's how much I'm using my abs to try to stifle my laughing, because the stream would just be laughing for hours. Back to open court, guys. Back to open court. Here we go. We did it. We did it. We did it. We got through the first sidebar with reading the words without me ruining it from just laughing. Okay. What are you guys saying in that moment? Accurate. This is why I wish DSN were here. I'm not Celine Dion in this moment. My heart will not go on if DSN does not make it to this. My heart will not go on. Kit's been saying she needs to do ab exercises. Oh yeah. Oh, the goat. I know. It is Elaine's. It's just, she's on the stand to, my abs hurt. Okay. Oh, right. They're at Sidebar. So let's fast forward it. Thanks, Candace. It didn't take me long to remember, right? It did not take me that long. But you guys can see how that was just genuinely me remembering it. Oh my God. Is it not fast forwarding? Why is it? I'm trying to fast forward. I'm pressing the buttons. Here we go. I got a spinning. Did you guys get the spinning wheel from YouTube all day today? I got it all day today from YouTube on everything. But so far as I can tell, I haven't had any problems live streaming, which is great. Look at this nonsense. YouTube, come on. YouTube. YouTube is like, I'm fed up with these crazy trials. It's like she's frozen. Why is it not playing though? Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. Something happened. Oh, I remember
the relationship would
I remember that happening. Do you guys remember this? Now I remember
off, that the relationship would be off.
Also,
And
I just have to say, hold on. I'm rewinding it for a reason. Shout out to the court feed for being, what's the right word? You know, pro LGBTQ, etc. I don't know what other. I can't remember all the letters, but you know, pride. Woo!
Off, that the relationship would be off, and that I was foolish, naive for thinking that people could invite me to a concert in a platonic way.
Right.
I tried to say that it was fine.
Objection,
that it was-
hearsay.
She's testifying about what Mr. Depp said. I don't understand.
All right, I'll overrule that objection.
Please continue.
I don't understand.
Yeah, he said I was foolish and naive, that no one could invite me to. How could I be so dumb to think that somebody could just invite me to a concert?
Thunder, I thought about that. Like, but the thing is like when I did the sidebars before, and when I did it before, and I was using EDB's footage, I didn't know how to live stream back then. So I guess you weren't. So Fender, you weren't there when we did Murdoch. Okay, I should explain this for anybody who missed it. Okay, so when we did Murdoch, I started out using EDB's footage because that's when I was really live streaming. I learned how to live stream and I figured it out, and then I was live streaming everything. And I was using EDB's footage. And then what people were saying was that it was kind of a lot because EDB would pause the trial to talk, and then I would pause the trial to talk, or then sometimes EDB and I would both be talking, and it was like just kind of a lot of people talking. And so I actually did a poll in the chat and like on Discord, and everybody really gave it a lot of great consideration. And I couldn't even fathom not using EDB's footage. Let me just tell the story real quick. So I was like, wait, what? People want to hear me comment? Like I was like, what? They were like, we'd rather hear your commentary. That was like kind of what happened. And so everyone voted, and it was like unanimous, speaking of a jury. And they were like, yeah, like, and I was like, y'all are in my mind, I'm like, you guys are going to hate this, like, but fine, we'll try it, you know? And so then we did the first episode. It was a couple episodes into the Murdoch series, and with playing just the court feed. And I think there were a couple benefits. First of all, you can see the trial better. because with EDB, she always is using the law and crime. I mean, she doesn't anymore, but she used to be using the law and crime. And like, plus with her camera on there, it's just, you can't see the trial as well. So I appreciated just on my own end being able to see things better, right, on the screen. But everybody else seemed to really prefer it that way. And I did think about it. Even still, I still thought about going back and using her footage. But then again, I was like, well, first of all, when I was using her footage before, again, just to reiterate, I was not also commenting because they weren't live. And then also that already exists too. So anyway, but I do know, especially for people who said that they have any type of ADD or ADHD, they said it was especially difficult hearing all the different people talking. And by all the different people, I mean me and ADB, but like I get it. Like I get it. So hopefully that makes sense. Oh, and there's Kit Smits. Yes. Kit Smits, I didn't even see that you said that, but yes, thank you. Absolutely. Yep. No one wants to invite her. Hold on. You just said that. And now things. Because you know what this reminds me of. Should she be trailing behind the Lally bird? Is that what needs to happen next? I mean, I've already said it. So it's going to have to happen. I'm just going to have to decide which picture. And then she's going to have to be behind the Lally bird. Excellent. We'll have that to look forward to for tomorrow. Oh, Candace, no, you're going to make me cry. Seriously. No, I don't even know. Black Widow's asking, how have you the mental fortitude to revisit? Black Widow would rather take her chances at the Alberts. That's saying a lot. Oh my God, though. Candace, I don't even know. Like, I just don't even have the words. Love you guys. Well, that makes my life worthwhile living. Seriously. I'm so happy. I'm happy that it cheered you up. That is great. That's the best thing anyone can ask for. Right, I know. Yes, all of the hugs. Oh, wait, I got my own command wrong, which I do often. There we go.
Why would they want to hang out with me? Obviously, it was because
she's going to have to be trailing
they
behind the
wanted
Lollybird. It's not
more from me. And that I probably wanted more too. You know, I was basically asking for it. You're going to go backstage. What are you going to say to the band? And then I know how this plays out. And who's the other girl going to be there? And how could you be so stupid? How could you be so foolish? You're more naive. You should be smarter than this.
Right.
And I apologized. I stayed, that whole evening, I think for a few hours I spent on the phone with him, texting, calling, or talking, hanging up. He'd hang up on me, be upset, and then send me cryptic messages about my foolishness. And, you know, I'm already doing a movie where I play this, character where I was empowered. Like, I read the script and I thought this character was empowered sexually. And by the time I got Johnny's feedback on it, I had been convinced that actually I was just being used, that I was just being used. It was clear that that was all I had to offer, and I was too foolish to see it. And I had
Edward, I'm just going to stop you right there because I'd like you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1.
When Elaine cuts her off, I forgot that happened so much. That's already happened. This is like the fourth time today. We're only 30 minutes into trial. This is the fourth time Elaine's cut her off. That's crazy.
188A.
Wow.
Is that in front of you? Do you recognize this portion of the text chain between you and Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this is on September 9, 2013?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and are these statements Mr. Depp made to you?
I can't do it. I will try. I know you're not asking me to. That's me talking. Like in my mind, I'm like, now I have to do the impression because that was so fucking funny. Like because what Spencer's referring to, for anyone who's like, what the fuck's happening? Spencer's referring to when Elaine does the Johnny impression and is like, I can't do it. I'm gonna try. I can't do it. She like growls. She like makes a growly voice, which I can't do. And then she says, "You will not see my eyes again," or whatever. And it's like so repulsive. That's like right at the end of the trial. Oh, it's just awful. Yes. So thanks for reminding us of that, Spencer. We have that to look forward to as we go along.
You during that evening that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor,
I guess
remove the
towards the end of
admission
Amber on the
of
stand, right?
defendants 188A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 188A in evidence as redacted. Do I have that redaction or is
Good
that something you need to
exercise.
give me? Is
I
that-
think we're going to need to give it to you
Okay.
hard copy.
All right,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Your
it.
Honor. And if I
I
can draw your attention to it.
can't do the growl though.
He
I'm
first
very-
says, I don't want to make anything an issue, baby, but I literally have been on the ground just 14 fucking hours from leaving your side. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says,
I just don't know. I don't know how to do the growl. I can't. I don't know that I know how to make that sound with my voice. I can do a lot with my voice, but I don't think I can mimic that sound. I would have to really practice it, I think. Maybe I'll work on that for next time.
what I want, who I am, and where I want to go with us. You know very well
Kids
what
can
type
do
of
it.
fucking man
Put
I
it in-
am, and
dude,
yet
Kids
you lay a gauntlet.
Kidsmits, if you can do it, and you can record it, like do a voice memo thing on the Discord, and then I'll play it on the air if you're okay with that. That would be amazing. If anyone that wants y'all, well, I'm gonna throw anyone who wants to do their worst, as in do their best at the Elaine impression of "You will not see my eyes again," and put it in the Discord. And anyone that wants me to or is okay with it, we'll play them back to back on the live stream so we can all hear it because that would be fucking hilarious.
Before me that you know is the very species of danger that will always attract me into a very tempting test. What's behind that door?
Yeah, why is Elaine
Almost
reading things in the
impossible
record?
to-
It's weird.
You might not take you on.
Yeah, tables.
You want me to roll the dice? This sounds
Do your
more like
worst,
an
Spencer.
aggravated ultimatum than soft words that could help us make both feel better. Don't test me, please. Did he tell you that?
Yes, he did.
And what did you understand that to mean?
Oh my god,
It was clear.
I believe I have something from Kitsmits. Kitsmits, are you okay with me playing it on the stream? It's okay if you aren't, but I believe since you sent this, I would imagine you probably are. Oh, look at your dude! I just saw Spencer. That must be you with the drummer. Look at this penguin with the drums. That is amazing. I love that so much. That is so great. In case you didn't know this, I'm a violinist and Kitsmits is a pianist, by the way. Oh, there's getting jiggy with it. Na. Okay, cool. I'm just catching up on all the stuff in the Discord. All right. So you guys are awesome. I see you guys. Okay. Anyone, I'm gonna play these, y'all. This is the best. I love you guys. All right, here's thing. What about like the wonders of technology? Okay, here's Kitsmits doing the Elaine, doing the Johnny impression.
I will not see my eyes again.
That's really good. Here, let's listen to that again. That was really good.
I will not see my eyes again.
That's really good. Okay, let's hear Fender.
You will not see my eyes again.
You guys, I love hearing Fender's accent. That makes me so happy. For anyone who's new, Fender is in India, like legit lives in India. Oh my God, I love it. This makes me so happy. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the best. Oh my God, I love it. Elaine, what do you believe that one sentence to be? Amber, 30-minute response. Dude, I can't believe DSN is not here. Okay, I just have to say, we're sending all of the love in our hearts to DSN because Honestly, that's the reason we're even doing this, right? Like, this is what inspired us. And it's too bad he's not here to join in the great time, but hopefully we will be able to do this again tomorrow with him. So this is just the best. Yes, that's how I imagine it. 100%. Jen, I can do that one because it's like more screechy. See, I have like a high, Jen, I feel like I can get that closer. Jen, although it does hurt my throat to do it. That's what she said. Oh, son, okay. Well, I still heard like a very lovely, beautiful Indian accent. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I've had my music on YouTube for decades or something. I don't know, forever. And then I got started. How I ended up doing trial coverage was by accident with Deaf Be Heard because of EDB, because somebody had posted on there a super chat or whatever when she was doing the sidebars. When EDB was doing sidebars, someone posted a super chat and they were like, if anyone could like take the trial coverage and mix it up and put it side by side with like the EDB sidebar coverage, they'd be the LawTube hero or something along those lines. And then EDB responded and was like, yeah, that's not even possible. That would be like a whole dissertation project. And I heard that and I was like, don't do it, Chel. Like in my brain, I was like, I can do that. And I don't know why I thought I could do it. Never had I ever edited a video in my life. I knew nothing about where to even start with any of it, literally. But at that point, the idea was just to splice up her live trial coverage with her sidebar coverage. So I did that. And then everybody was like, this is amazing, but we want you to read, because she didn't do all the sidebars. So everyone was like, can you do all of the sidebars? And I was like, that's not humanly possible. That would take like 10 billion lifetimes. But then what, of course, do I end up doing is that, and I completed that way faster than I thought. So then I did the entire trial gavel to gavel with all the sidebars gavel to gavel. And I just pumped it on out. And it was around the holidays. And so what ended up happening, Spencer, is when it got to the sidebars, little by little, I started developing sidebar songs, and then they became sidebar holiday songs. And it was really great. I freaking loved it. Like, there were so many, like, have yourself a merry little sidebar, like all the holiday songs. I went through everything. And I started running out of ideas, so I had to go through the Nutcracker Suite. And then eventually I did Renaissance holiday songs because I'm a nerd like that. All the things. And so oh my God, it was great. What a fun time. So then I finished that, and then everyone's like, well, what are you going to do next? And I'm like, I guess I'm doing this now. I mean, of course, I've been watching trials obviously for years, but like that's how this all got started. But it's just been amazing. Like we did I'm so proud, and I always will be, of our Murdoch deep dive. That will be like one of the proudest things. Like, wow, I feel like we went where no one else went. I feel like with that. And but I've been covering more and more stuff simultaneously, and then finally during Karen Reed, for the first time, I live streamed the live trial as it was happening. That I'd never done that before. I didn't even know how to do it. Right, the technology stuff is a whole thing, and so that's how I got going on. That was like I had to figure out the technology, because I was like, I have to stream this live. Like I can't not. And anyway, but I'm happy you're here. However you found me. Yes, we have a lot of variety going on, which is cool. We're all well-rounded squirrels. See, that's well-suited. Kit Smith has a range that's well-suited for the Elaine impression. That sounds like a doctoral project. Yep. I know, Kit Smith, I know a lot of people at the time, like, who I think are like staples on her channel and are like members and stuff. I don't, it's crazy because there's so many people on her channel. It's hard to really know what names she recognizes, except for like a handful of ones like that are mods or whatever. But I know a lot, the number of people who said they directly reached out to her and shared those with her, there were a lot of people who told me they did that. So, but I don't know if she ever got those messages. They don't know if she ever got those messages. I will say though, there's been a couple times where EDB has responded to me in chats on other channels, like, but I don't know if that's just because I was making Murdoch jokes or what. So yeah, challenge accepted. I mean, that's just it. I had to squirrel it. So I was like, yeah, I gotta, like, as soon as the idea popped into my brain, see, that's the same thing. It's like, great example, the amber trailing behind the Lally bird. Once the idea pops into my brain, I can't not do the thing. There's no way. There's no turning back. So that was the birth of the Law Squirrel. Yep. And then I believe it was Lawnard Amber, if you guys know her, who showed up and just started calling everybody the Squirrel Crew. That's how that got started. That was early on in the coverage that I was doing with the Sidebar project with back, like one of the first videos probably. I mean, she showed up and she was like, Squirrel Crew, let's go. And I was like, oh my God, this is incredible. And then I believe it was Abby who was here earlier, Abby Giss. I believe it was Abby who was like, we need a Discord. And I was like, this is crazy. You guys think I'm a real channel? Like, what the heck, you know? But Abby kept asking for the Discord, and then other people did too. And anyway, it's just incredible to think about how it's, you know, like, wow, right? Okay, I'm sure we'll still be here. So I hope you have a good dinner and a good bath, or not you bath, but your daughter. No, I have not done her 2016 depo. I can do it. Actually, people did request that. There's just so much. I don't even know. Like, I've watched it a lot of times. And I mean, we see clips of it right in the trial. So there's that. We see clips of it in the trial. We did watch those. But like, we haven't watched the whole depo just like by itself. But we can do that. Oh, Spencer says came across the Something Beautiful song. Thank you. That is really funny. Right. It's all coming together. Okay, good. Oh, was that you for the Discord Fender? It might have been both of you guys. So yeah. So, you know, violinist since the age of 3, but I've always loved law and crime, I guess you could say. I mean, I've always loved, even as a kid, like I always loved the, you know, the shows that were about solving crimes and solving murders and shit. But you know what? I grew up with Alfred Hitchcock. Okay. That was our family movie night, was Alfred Hitchcock. And my favorite game growing up was Clue. So I love solving a mystery. So Kidsmith says, I'll send you more Amber, please. Yeah, it might have been both you and Abby, but yeah, I mean, it may be, I'm trying to, God, it feels like forever ago, right? So I don't remember for sure. I thought, yeah, could have been both of you guys, but all right, let's continue on.
It was a threat that if I wanted to be.
Objection, speculation.
I think she can say what she understood it to mean.
Oh, boy.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. All right. Let's move on then to the filming of Mordecai with Mr. Bettman.
Well, not this
October,
yet.
November 2013. Where did that take place?
I
In
also
London.
love Shakespeare.
Okay. And what, if any, involvement did you have? Were you there for any part of that filming?
I feel like Jane Austen's just too mild-mannered for my taste, but I don't know that I've read any Jane Austen. I just know of it, but I do love me some Shakespeare. I think, as you know, I think Kidsmith's, I have Shakespeare actually as a tattooed on me.
Part of it. I happened to be in London already for the film I was just telling you about. And Johnny came to London shortly after to film his own movies.
Yes.
He did the smaller, I think it was a
No,
small.
it's fine. Yeah, I teach private violin lessons. I have for like 15 years. Well, you know what, Spencer, I couldn't play drums to save my life. So we all have our strengths. And that's what I love about the Squirrel Crew, is we all have talents in a lot of different areas. It's awesome. Everybody here is amazing and wonderful. Speaking of which, everyone wish Candace luck. Candace is running a half marathon on Sunday. And so I know she's got tomorrow's going to be her day before. Actually, I'm curious. So Candace, is tomorrow going to be a day off of running for you? Probably, I would imagine. Because there's a whole strategy thing if you're a long distance runner of, like, you know, how you schedule it. So I'm wondering if tomorrow's a day off for Candace, but she does have that half marathon coming up on Sunday. So we need to all be thinking about her and wishing her good luck and good vibes. It is awesome. But yes. Yeah, rest day. Okay. Did you do a, let me guess. Okay, let me guess. Did you do a shorter run today? If I had to guess. Are you going to bring lots of goo gel? Or not lots. Are you going to bring goo gel? I loved that goo gel when I was training. I overtrained and ruined both my Achilles, by the way. I don't think I ever told that story. I was like, actually couldn't even walk for quite a while. It was wild. Sometimes squirreling it isn't like, that's what, like literally I squirreled it. I squirreled myself into submission to like, yeah, it's wild. Yep, short run. Cool. Yes. Spencer knows. How do you know, Spencer? Yeah, I mean, but see, if you're doing, especially like with a full marathon too, like scientifically speaking, you can't get past the wall. Like you need something to get you past the wall, like on a biological level. Like your body, because your body cannot. Like I think you just die otherwise or something. Almost, right? I mean, you really. That is so cool though. I love that. And dude, I love building furniture is so cool. I'm super DIY and I love that. I really love that. I could talk about that stuff too forever. Makeup, I have way less experience in, but that's awesome that you do that. Very cool. So I can run now, but it took me, Candace, it took me years. I'm saying like years. I had to take to where when I say years, it's like I maybe could run a mile at the most because literally I would feel my Achilles start to like, the way to describe it is it's like they were getting sliced with a hot machete. But initially when it happened, when I was overtraining, I was on the treadmill and it felt like someone came up behind me with a hot machete and sliced both my Achilles and I just fell over and I couldn't stand up or walk. Oh dear, that's awful. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh God, long COVID. I'm so sorry about that. That's horrifying. Of course, Fender, of course. Oh yeah. Yeah, I built I pride myself on building the things that like I actually built this furniture when I first moved into this house. I actually built this furniture that was like really complicated. And I would say built, it's not like it was a kit, right? But it was actually really fucking complicated. And it has like moving parts and lights and like all this other shit. And anyway, it's like probably the proudest thing that I've built in terms of furniture. But anyway, yeah. So, but yeah. So that was, but Candace, when that happened with my Achilles, so that was in 2000. Let me think. Hold on. What year was that? That was in 2012. Wait, hold on. 2013, right? Let me think. (2012), I think. Either 2012 or 2013. I think it was 2012. That was when that happened. So I can run long distance now without any problems. So, I mean, just recently I ran like, I don't know, I think it was like 16 miles. But it took me years of like not doing it. So. Riaz? I don't know what that is. Classical practice. Okay, let's see what's happening here.
Role and Into the Woods, and then he was filming Mordecai after that.
Mordecai.
So after I finished my movie, I moved in with him into his house in London, a rented house in London.
Okay. And describe your experiences during that time period with Mr. Depp?
It was really touch and go. He was filming with Paul Bettany, and there were days when he wouldn't come home, or they couldn't get him up out of on set. He'd be asleep in his trailer, sleeping whatever he'd done the night before off. I remember he missed a few days of work that way. It struck me because in my experience in our job, you don't miss work. It doesn't matter how sick you are. You go.
Y'all are fun.
It's millions of dollars every single day they're filming, and I had not experienced someone who could effectively just
I hope it's not your Achilles, Fender.
control the set like that. I mean, to that extent.
I don't know
And
what other ligaments there are, but
One
I
day he didn't
guess there's more.
come home, and I was worried sick. I found out that he was in a hotel room with Paul
Objection,
Bettany.
hearsay.
Okay.
It was hearsay.
'Cause you
When he
can't
came
talk about
home,
the
they had to carry him home.
Elaine.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you see them?
I
carry
watched
him?
it.
Okay.
Oh, she
Okay,
glared
let's
at
continue.
Camille.
I watched. Actually, I was shocked that he could do it. One of the security guards carried Johnny like a baby into the house, and I looked at that, and I mean, his boots were hanging over the security.
Like a baby. Touched for that's weird. Hey Fender, I remember earlier you said thought you were coming down with something. I just forgot to ask if you're feeling okay.
Guard's arm, who had to negotiate getting through the doorway, carrying Johnny like this. And I watched this, his assistants and the other security guards shaking their head, just
Whoa.
shaking their head, acknowledging this is how bad it is. And I remember thinking, this has got to be it. Like,
Speaking of woodworking, so my violin is made of wood. You'll appreciate this. Was made in 1757, so it is older than our country. Shout out to a new friend here, STX. Is that South Texas? It is. It's tough. Yes. Do you know what you have, Fender? I hope it's not COVID. God, I had COVID at the beginning of the year, and it was my first time, and I was so fucking sick. Oh my God. It's funny, when I got COVID, I actually hadn't been sick since before the pandemic started. So like when I say sick, I mean, I literally had not been sick at all since 2019 or something, and it was probably like a sinus infection. So I have 5 years streak of not being sick, which is wild, right? And then I got COVID and I got real bad. Hi, Kathleen in Puerto Rico. Dude, this is awesome. I'm so happy that we've got some new squirrel friends. Happy you guys are here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have the best fucking squirrel crew on the planet here, you guys. Like a garbage baby. Nice. Thank you. That's so good. Like a garbage baby on trial for the very first time. Thank you, Spencer. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, it's monsoon season. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I don't know how you do it. I hate the rain so much. I'm like Janis Joplin. I can't stand the rain. Oh, that's awesome. I don't think I've seen you in the live chats before, because I tend to remember everybody. But if you have been here, I apologize. But and I don't always get the notifications for comments, by the way. For anyone who's commenting on the YouTube videos, it's really hit or miss with YouTube and the notifications. Sometimes it's like they give me notifications for the same comment 5 times, and then other comments, none. I don't know why. So, but I'm so happy. I didn't mean to, I guess I'm glad you're here, whether you're new or not. Yeah, welcome to the chat. Oh, do you mean for the Elaine impression? Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, I just see I have naturally frizzy hair. Any of the peeps out there with naturally frizzy hair probably feel my pain on that with the rain. Oh yeah, everything's a lot. Dude, Links are allowed, pictures, whatever. It's all good. Also, cursing's totally, I should just mention it because I know a lot of people are used to rules and other. Cursing is fine. Caps are fine, both here and on Discord. I have no filtery things. The only thing is YouTube live chat won't let you share links, but that's it. Like you can share links in the Discord and then cursing, caps. I don't care. You know, it'll ever, what's the word? Anything goes. That's it. Even if it was for sale, it would be fine, Adriana. Like go ahead. You do you. Yeah. We support everybody. It's all good. Yes. And also shout out to the lurkers. Yeah. And actually we do have a tab on there. I thank you for reminding me, Kitsmits. We actually have a thread tab. I don't know. I think it's a thread specifically called What We Do, which is actually, you don't have to put it there, but you can if you want to, but that's like, specifically if people want to show their, whether it's a job or a hobby, and that would be a really good place to put it as well. You're frizzed up. Yeah. The windows to the walls. I like that. Well done there. Yeah. Oh, the frizz is the lifelong battle that I have, and the humidity. Oh, yeah.
Like this has got to change. This is it. And he was understandably very, very sick for at least 2 days is my recollection. And in that 2 days, I had a lot of conversations with this team. I won't say what they were.
Why? Because they're here to me, Amber?
Felt at that juncture very encouraged that everybody and myself were on the same page. And I felt encouraged that we were in a new chapter, that Johnny had finally hit rock bottom. And finally, he felt like changing for good. And I felt buoyed, supported by these conversations I was having with people that he was close to, that he trusted.
November 2013, did you have any contact with Lily Rose?
Yeah, in fact, we had a tradition, for anyone who didn't watch the Karen Reed coverage, we had a tradition that I really loved, and it was with every witness, we complimented the witness. And Blackwater was really great about always remembering to remind others, and myself included, to do that, right? So we always complimented the new witness, with the exception of Trooper Proctor, unless somebody wanted to, but, that was a tough one, even if you tried. So, which I think is I think we'll carry that tradition. Well, okay, we will carry that tradition onward as we cover other trials. So yes, so great point. Like we are very generally very respectful and, all that. That's the compliment for Amber right there from Blackwater. I love this so much. This woman is a disease. There it is. Honestly, that is very well said. That sums it up right there. Blackwater, this woman is a disease. And this coming from, if anyone did try to compliment Trooper Proctor, Blackwater did. I will just put that on the record here and now. If anyone did make that attempt, it was Blackwater. And this is what Blackwater says of Amber. So that guy should tell you everything. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. She has nice lies. Very well said. I don't know. Looks are, a whole thing. It's Proctor Trooper, get it right. That reminded me so much of Laura Amber Heard. There's no R in petty. Good point. Yeah, I don't know. I know.
That led to any discussions with Mr. Depp?
Objection leading.
What, if any, connection or communications did you have with Lily Rose in November 2013?
What if?
Objection calls for hearsay leading.
I'm asking what her connection was. I
There's
didn't
gonna
ask
be
what
another
she
sidebar.
I'm going
said.
to sustain the objection. if you want.
Okay. November 2013.
Oh my God.
What, if any,
Oh, too
interaction did
soon.
you have with
soon.
Lily Rose without saying anything she
Yeah.
said?
There's a sidebar coming up.
Objection, hearsay.
It's interaction, Your Honor. I'm not asking for what she said.
Please, Your Honor, I'm
You can
trying.
lay a foundation
I
out.
can't.
Okay. Did there come a time in November 2013 that you saw Lily Rose?
Yes, they came to stay with us for some time in the winter. Yeah, around November, I believe, 2013.
When you said they, who were you referring to?
Johnny's kids, Jack and Lily Rose.
All right. And was there a particular incident that
Lily
led
Rose is a nice
to
name.
a disagreement with Mr. Depp?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What, if any,
I knew she was gonna say it.
interaction did you have with Lily Rose that led to an argument with Mr. Depp?
Wow, Elaine.
Objection, leading.
That, what, if any?
There it is. There it is.
If we approach.
There it is. You guys, that's one of my favorite moments. She goes, what if any? We have to listen to that again. That's one of my favorite moments. Hold on.
Objection, leading.
So good.
That you have with Lily Rose that led to an argument with Mr. Depp?
Objection, leading.
That, what, if any?
If we approach.
I just, hold on. I missed a what if any on the ticker. Incredible. It's a miracle of a trial, really. Oh my God. Yeah. Good night, Blackwater. We love you. Yeah, yeah, the name Lily Rose, it is very nice. Okay, so we're on a sidebar, guys. It's time for another sidebar. A very nice place to, or a very nice side. Trying to think of a sidebar that's not holiday. Hold on. Let me think as we do this. So why did I just think of the Sesame Street song? That's weird. I feel like that happened when I was reading the sidebars before as well. Okay, I don't watch Sesame Street, so that's why it's weird. No offense to Sesame Street. Loved it when I was a kid. All right, so this is it. This is it. All right, here we go. Oh my God. Oh my God. And was there a particular incident that led to a disagreement with Mr. Depp? Ms. Vasquez. Objection leading. The court sustained. What, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose that led to an argument with Mr. Depp? Ms. Vasquez. Objection leading. Ms. Braft. What, if any? The court. If you could approach. Get over here now, kids. Sidebar. The court. I understand what, if any, and I get that, but it's all the little extra that you're putting in there. It's a little, Miss Brett. Oh my God, you guys, Miss Brett. I'm trying to give context to move along. The court. I know. I understand that. I appreciate that, but I have to sustain the objection based on that. Okay, like she's talking to a toddler. Miss Vasquez. Thank you. Back to open court. Wow, I love it. So not a long sidebar. Yep.
Did
Oh,
you
yeah.
have an argument with Mr. Depp relating to Lily Rose
Yeah.
in November 2013?
Yes.
Can you please describe that?
South Texas is what I'm going to say because it's easier. I guess I could say STX. Did you see what happened today with Baldwin? I'm assuming based on what you just said, I would imagine you did.
Well, I
Is that a quote from Ice Age from the sloth? Help! Help! Sid the sloth.
I was, these kids were, I found them to be these
Spit it out,
beautiful,
Amber.
wildly intelligent little weirdos in the best way. They were
That's weird to me. Speaking of weirdos.
I was falling in love with them. And
I'm getting why am I getting the impression she wanted to strangle him? Am I crazy?
you know, they were in my life at that time, a short amount of time, but I loved it, and I started to feel very protective, and you know, Johnny's sobriety meant that he was there and then he wasn't, and the nature of our lives with the travel and work meant he was there and then he wasn't.
Yep.
And Lily Rose at some point had a crush on
yeah. So you know, just briefly here with the whole thing today, not only did I think about Karen Reed, I thought about Young Thug, right? And I thought about oh my god, Richard Allen. And I thought about YNW Melly. I feel like not many people saw that one, but YNW Melly was another one where there was actually a Brady violation, but the judge didn't do the right thing and they're allowed to retry it. Yeah, it was moving. It was moving for me. It was emotional to see a judge doing the right thing. And in the wake of just so much injustice in the justice system. I mean, I'm not even gonna get started because I could just go on. Kidsmith says she's fine calling kids weirdos. Yeah. I agree, Candace. I agree with what Candace said here, that she says, I can guarantee they weren't falling in love with her. I agree. The way she's talking about them is just weird to me. Are you talking? Oh, with Baldwin, you didn't. I guess you weren't here at the beginning because we talked about it. Yeah, Fender, Brady violation. And Kari Morrissey did it intentionally and knew about it. And Kari Morrissey took the stand, called herself as a witness and took the stand. And we learned on her cross-examination when she was on stand that the rest of the prosecution team walked out today. And it's dismissed with prejudice. He's free. Yeah. The judge was like, why? Well, like, no. Not in this country. It's not happening. Kids business saying, I remember during part of JD's testimony, he's something about his kids being much smarter than he because they kept their distance. Right. Okay, you guys, if you guys want, we can watch the part where she reads the mistrial. We can do it. We can do it. Do you guys want to take an intermission from Amber and do it? It's y'all, whatever you guys want to do. Okay, right. Okay. Do you guys want to take a minute and watch it? Just the part where she declares where the judge makes the ruling. It's not long. Okay. We're going to take a break. We're going to take a detour. We love detours here, so it works out. Okay, hold on. Let me get rid of this ticker. Let's do it. Love you guys. And honestly, it's worth watching. It really is for those who missed it. And I wanted to watch it again anyway. So let me, what am I searching for? Let me find, sorry if there's any spoilers. Well, I guess they're not spoilers because I've already, oh, and then she spoke out after, the gall. I'm not going to play long. Let me find a feed that's not a bad feed. Like, I don't want, oh my God, this is annoying. I want the full day. See, I should have searched for this better because I don't just want the little blah blahs. Hold on. Okay, it was day 3. Let me see. Day 3 and the last day. Who else was doing it? Was it just, aha, E-News, that's who we want. I believe this is the right day. I think it was only 3 days.
Went to New Mexico and didn't match the live rounds.
No, okay. All right, guys, we did it. We're here. All right. This is her on the stand. Let's do this right. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me find my cursor. Okay. We got it. Yes, the lawyer's testimony and dismissal. Yep. Okay. All right, guys, we got it. So love y'all. Let me back up before, because this end happens fast and furious. So let's just do this. Look at this. Okay, let's do this correctly. So I'm gonna go to the parts where it's okay. Let me find all the key moments if I can here. Hold on. Let's just see.
Hannah Reed case. So she was unavailable and she
Yeah.
asked that it be documented.
Yes, there was a motion. Okay, here's what's happening right now. All right, what's happening right now is they're in an evidentiary hearing because the defense made a motion to dismiss all charges, right? Just like I was like, oh, just like Kari. This happened yesterday, and then Blackwater's back, and they made, and so because there was it's Brady violation. There were these bullets, okay, that were discovered as evidence or whatever, not on the set, but brought in. And when they were received by the prosecution, they were marked under a separate, they were given a separate case number to be like, they weren't, you'll hear it. Let's hear it. If I need to go back further, I will, but we might get enough of the context here. But this is all day today was this evidentiary hearing about what's the deal with these other bullets and who knew about what. Because at first the question was it just that law enforcement didn't like admit them properly into evidence? And then it came out, actually, okay, let me back up. Let me back it up to where we find out the part about Morrissey. Because we learned that Morrissey, we learned that the prosecutor knew. Hold on.
Was because there wasn't a matching witness
And
statement.
what happens is the judge ends up questioning. So this on the stand right now, this is the lead investigator, and the judge ends up questioning her.
Is just spun out of whole cloth, isn't it?
I don't,
Let me go forward a little
so I
bit.
don't know how
Separate identification number, correct?
a different case number.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Irrelevant.
Sorry.
Tangible,
Hold on. Let me go back. That was it.
That's correct.
right?
Separate case
Yes.
number. Here we go, guys.
Unlike the hundreds and hundreds of other items that were collected in this case from a variety of sources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And a lot of those items
Okay.
were like random, irrelevant, tangential things that all went into CST Popple's inventory in this case, right?
Okay.
I think all those items were
That's the
collected on
defense.
scenes through search warrants or
Okay. Right now, that's the defense attorney, Spyro, doing the questioning. This is a lead investigator on the stand in an evidentiary hearing for this motion to dismiss. And what we're about to hear is how they had these rounds that were discovered and put into under a different case number and filed away as a document instead of rounds, right?
through somebody that gave them to us that we could have had a conversation with. And I could be able to relate what that item was and how it may have been related to Rust.
There was no way to relate this item to Rust, and the guys in your precinct telling you this is related to Rust, and you had spoken to him on speakerphone and you had gotten those text messages. There's no way to relate it.
Again, I didn't get a statement from him when he's dropping off this ammunition and didn't see it because I wasn't there when
Well,
he was dropping the ammunition off.
well, your colleagues got a statement, didn't they?
Yes.
Right? It's not like he didn't give a statement that day. He sat in the precinct and met in a room with your colleagues and did give a full statement. So that wasn't true either, right?
I didn't know that until today that he had sat down with
Here
someone.
we go.
Okay. But now that you know that, now that you know that he gave a full witness statement, the story that the only reason that law enforcement couldn't possibly dream up a way to connect this to Rust
The other defense attorneys behind him, you can just tell they already know what's going to happen.
with the rest of the evidence doesn't work anymore, does it? Because he did give a statement, right?
I'm not going to agree with that because he said it didn't come from the set.
Well,
So
you keep saying that, but he's not. The point of this isn't that
Yeah.
he literally snuck onto the set and took it back, right? The point is that he had the matching ammunition so that we could understand the
I think
source
he's
of
kind
the
of
lethal
handsome.
round,
What do you
right?
guys think?
but again, I didn't know he
She is the lead investigator on this case. Do you guys think he's handsome?
had matching ammunition.
Well, but your colleagues did.
again, that wasn't something that was told to me.
I understand your testimony, but given that all of the things we've just discussed about, wouldn't you agree with me that if law enforcement were to come into this court and say the only reason we couldn't possibly connect this to Rust was because he didn't give a witness statement, that doesn't work if he did give a witness statement.
Right.
True.
Potentially, I'm going to still say that I wouldn't agree with that because I wasn't able to speak with him and how it would have been in relation to Rust. When we submit things, we normally need to have a way to describe to the lab the reason for the testing.
We're going to jump to testing now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe not testing, but
Oh boy.
Overruled.
Yeah.
I mean, is there a
Overruled.
rule in your department that when you
we
take
go.
in evidence
Here we
from
go.
somebody
Here
who
we go.
says it's connected to something, that you need
Yeah,
to
I think
have
it's the
some
competence.
additional
guys.
witness statements before you just voucher it and inventory it with the rest of the evidence?
we
Is there
go.
some rule that you could point the court to?
I don't think there is one.
And in fact, there couldn't be, because nowhere else in this case of the 100 of items did this rule apply, right?
But I don't know, I don't think it's correct to compare all the other items in this case to ammunition that was turned in during the end of a trial.
Okay. And I don't want to go through every single item that was inventory, vouchered, whatever word you want to use in this case. But can we agree that there were lots of items vouchered and taken into evidence in this case that are more irrelevant than this very crucial piece of evidence, right?
So in
I
order
would
to
say-
establish what they need for this motion, right? Part of it is the again, with exculpatory evidence, what they have to say is that this evidence that was not turned over to them isn't inconsequential. And you're gonna hear the languaging matters, right? They have to demonstrate that it's not inconsequential. Like it's not just like some random gum wrapper or whatever that wasn't relevant, right? It's ammunition that was relevant. So it was consequential to the defense. So that's why he's using that languaging.
Say that there were items taken in that were irrelevant to maybe trials and all of that, but I can't say how relevant this is if I don't know the origination of where it came from.
And the real reason that you didn't inventory this with the Rust evidence is because this harmed and jeopardized law enforcement's case, didn't it?
No, I wouldn't say it either way.
Okay. Well, you then told the court, right? So we worked through a few of these things. One, first you said you didn't know how it was connected. Then you said nobody interviewed him, couldn't connect it. And then you said to this court that you followed up with Mr. Teske, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you follow up in cases, right, and have all your police reports, you write down in a police report, attempted to contact manager Chi Ho, returned my call, missed his call, voice message, right, in your police reports, right?
In mine, that's not mine.
In law, I shouldn't keep using the word yours.
Yeah. So basically, in order to go back to the beginning of it, it actually goes back to the previous day. This all started when the crime scene tech was on the stand and things were coming out when she was on cross. And that was yesterday. And then there was a bunch of shit that went down yesterday afternoon. And then this morning, she was still on the stand. And I was like, holy fuck, she's still on the stand. And at some point, and I think that when she was on the stand this morning, I think all day today, actually, hold on. I think that they had the jury there this morning and then they dismissed the jury pretty quickly before lunch. And then ever since then, they've been dealing with the evidentiary hearing. So it's actually quite a lot. Yeah. So.
In the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, when you all reach out to witnesses, there are often case supplemental reports indicating an attempt to contact someone, correct?
It's not a requirement.
Okay. Did I ask you if it was a requirement?
And I'm just answering your question as to, I don't have to say every day and every time I tried to contact somebody.
Okay. But I'm asking you a slightly different question, which is that in this case, this Rust case, okay, there are lots of police reports in this case that are in your file, even if you didn't personally create them, that indicate law enforcement attempting to contact witnesses and failing to reach them, correct?
That specifically, I don't,
You can't answer that question, yes or no?
well, I'm explaining why that was,
I didn't ask why. I'm just asking. In your own file that you as the lead agent have, there are lots of police reports that say Detective so-and-so tried to reach somebody, couldn't reach them. Isn't that true?
in this case, yes. And that was done for a specific reason.
Okay, that's great. When you reached out, according to you, you were trying, moving heaven and earth to try to reach Mr. Teske. Did you ever create a supplemental police report?
No.
Okay, let's go on to the next thing, which is you testified on direct
So
examination.
let me try to give you guys a little synopsis of what this is about. So what happened was Mr. Teske is this dude who's friends with Hannah Reed's dad and and what's his face? Seth Kinney. Okay. And he's like a retired cop or whatever. And so, and I guess also works with ammunition and firearms. Okay. So what happened was, well, we're actually going to hear the full story when Morrissey gets on the stand. Okay. So it's like she'll tell you the whole story start to finish. But basically, this dude shows up and is like, hey, I have this ammunition that I think is connected to the shooting. And it wasn't on set, but it was in the same tin or whatever that was connected to those same rounds, and some of the rounds matched or whatever, basically, right? And this didn't happen. They didn't interview this dude until the day of closing arguments on during Hannah Reed's trial. And what happened was the defense was initially going to call him. The defense in Hannah Reed's trial was going to call him and decided not to. And then basically the prosecution still was like interviewing him and getting this information. They collected the evidence, right? The bullets. But then they put it under a separate case file number and labeled it as a document, and it was never turned over to the defense in this trial. Does that make sense? And so they've been having an evidentiary hearing ever since the defense filed a motion to dismiss the charges. They had like almost all day, they had this evidentiary hearing to try to figure out what is the deal, right? They sent the jury home and they trying to figure out what is the deal with this, right? It's like a lilac. I also like that color. Yeah, very nice.
To reach Mr. Teske, correct?
I agree.
Yes.
Oh,
Have
just
you
saw
reviewed
that.
your phone records?
That's fucking funny.
For which ones?
Okay. I'm going to jump forward a little bit because there's some confusion about her phone numbers and it's kind of annoying.
Are you sure? Well, I know the cell phone number that did you use the desk phone?
Her phone numbers.
When you claimed to this court that you called, from you and your weeks that you claimed.
I'm jumping to the end of this because
phone in his phone record necessary for this proceeding, and I have no further questions.
Okay. Yeah, I want to get. Here we go. The judge asked her questions. This is better. Here we go.
Testimony.
Look at Kari Morrissey.
Who asked
her?
her? But anyway, you understood that
This is insane, you guys.
Troy Teske came over to the court, and the deputies told him to wait for you, and that when you came down, he was gone. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but when I was looking for him, I was told he had left.
All right.
Mr. Teske is the guy who brought in this ammunition and said, I think this is connected.
And at that point, you were aware it was Troy
Yes.
Teske?
Yes.
Okay. So then you find out that because he couldn't, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, that's from you reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
And we're
Yes,
going to
ma'am.
see,
Okay, and you just
we're going to see the camera footage here in just a sec.
reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right. So when you find out, I
Wow.
assume from
That was
Popple
the face.
that he was over there and he dropped off the ammo, right?
Does she know she's fucked? She has to know she's fucked. She has to.
Yeah.
She has to know she might lose her law license.
But I'm not exactly sure who told me, but
Okay.
It hasn't come out yet, but it's about to come out, guys. Brace yourselves. Brace yourselves for the moment her career is over. It's happening very soon.
you can't confirm or deny that, well, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set, correct?
Right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right.
Yes.
But when when you were advised that Troy was there, or
Popple is the crime scene technician who was on the stand for a long time yesterday and again this morning.
was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but
She was when she says here, it's because this was during Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial that this happened when Mr. Teske came in and was interviewed with the ammunition.
you didn't there, you said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing, but this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
So did you and Popple have a conversation
Oh,
about
boy.
what to do with this ammo?
This is where the shit starts to really hit the fucking fan. Oh, God.
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence
Which
Oh,
evidence?
fuck.
at the sheriff's office.
Fuck.
The Rust evidence?
Oh, no.
No.
Why
just,
not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's
Oh,
office.
my God.
And why was that determination made?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
As to why
Who
it
made
was.
it? Let me ask you, who made it?
These were discussions that were had with myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and with the prosecutors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you
Yep,
all
Thank you. Yes.
had discussions
With the prosecutors.
about what to do
Oh,
with,
fuck.
with what he dropped off.
Oh, fuck.
Yes.
And you all agreed to put it in this separate file.
Yes.
Just very, very brief follow-up on the court's questions. The defense requested, both through you and the prosecutors, to see all of the ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, and I know it's obvious, but I want to make sure it's in the record, we were not ever shown that, correct?
Well, I believe that you guys had a secondary evidentiary meeting with the sheriff's office that was canceled the day before the meeting was supposed to happen. Or an evidence showing, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we were able to come for some showings and not others. The reality is when we came for showings, you never showed us this evidence, correct?
I don't know if I can agree with you there, because even on the first day that I was present at the evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
Weaseling.
I don't have any more questions.
Let me ask you something. If Ms. Popple said
Here.
it was not in the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
If this ammunition, sorry, I just want to make
If
sure I'm
this,
understanding.
if
Bad.
what
You
Troy
guys.
Teske dropped off
Y'all.
was not in the evidence viewing because I can get the testimony, but they had a narrow. If Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing, that you did not gather it for the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
I believe that we were sent a list of what they wanted to see. And then, Your Honor, the first day that we had done an evidence showing, we didn't get through everything.
That's not what I asked you.
And then, yeah, I
Uh-oh.
understand what I'm trying to, then we had another day.
Pardon me?
We had a second day that was set up to
I
continue.
asked you if you would disagree
Oh,
that
boy.
Ms. Popple said that it was not that it was not included in the evidence viewing, not whether you got to it or whatever, but whether when they said we want evidence viewing, Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing.
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Would you disagree with her is what I'm asking.
Ah!
I really don't know how to answer
All right,
that.
Thank you. Redirect?
I can't provide the video until she logs into this system. Mr.
You know, I don't even think the video is relevant. She did not view it until today, so you can look at it, but do you have any cross exam for her?
Here.
just need to develop my records, so I need to get the video in. I need to get the video.
You can get the video in.
Oh,
Okay, are you
God.
gonna get it in through her? Because I said it should come in from the person that wore the body
I
camera.
agree with you, he's here.
Okay, well, fine. So do you have any cross-examination for her?
I do. Corporal, as you sit here today,
Oh, boy.
do you have any reason to believe that the ammunition that was provided by Mr. Teske came from the set of Rust?
No.
These questions are completely irrelevant to the issue here, by the way.
Sure.
When you say that there were discussions
Here.
and the decision was
Here.
made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file,
Yes,
right? Is
this,
that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
this,
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you guys,
Let me give the court an offer of proof, and if Mr. Spire
let me play that again. That was it. Done. It's done. It's done. It's done. Let's hear that again.
wants me to,
That is insane.
Yes, ma'am.
This will never happen again.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that
Hold on,
discussion?
hold on, hold on.
Right?
Okay.
To put that
Guys.
ammo in a separate file, right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
let me give the court an offer of proof, and if Mr. Spiro wants me to, I'll testify under oath. Sure, absolutely, I'm happy to.
Did you guys hear that part? And if the nerve of her to say, well, and if Mr. Spiro wants me to, I'll testify under oath. And the judge is like, you are going to testify under oath. Oh boy. Let's listen to that again. Holy God.
See part of that discussion.
Wow.
Thank you.
Let me give the court an offer of proof, and if Mr. Spiro wants me to, I'll testify under oath. Sure, absolutely, I'm happy to.
Oh.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
Because it was collected during a search.
Did it come from the scene?
Yes, I believe that one did come from the church.
State's
around.
Exhibit 29. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
That was the casing that Morrissey collected.
State's Exhibit 10. How do you know that's related to the set of
I'll just
Rust?
get past her
Collected.
freaking because it's irrelevant.
These photographs and all of the items that are in evidence. How do you know they're related to the set of Rust?
Because we got them from Rust, or during the investigation or some part of the investigation.
How do you
Rust.
know these rounds were in any way related to the set of Rust?
I don't.
Okay. Let's bring in Brendel, if that's his. Are you finished?
Okay, so she's done. They're bringing in the next witness, guys. This is the guy who has the body cam footage of when they interview Mr. Teske, the guy with the bullets, okay?
Nothing but
Lieutenant Brian Brendel
Okay.
How are you currently employed?
at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's
I know,
Office.
right? I keep thinking the same
And-
thing. Yep.
Do you know why you're here to testify today?
Yes,
Were you present when a gentleman by the name of Troy Teske brought ammunition into the sheriff's department?
yes, I was.
And at the time, were you running your body worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And has that now been provided to me?
Yes,
Now, just so that we're clear, when you ran your body worn camera, how did you preserve that video?
it is uploaded into a WatchGuard cloud.
And when you upload them to a WatchGuard cloud, do you link them to a case number?
Yes, they can be.
Okay, we're going to get to the part where they
Was
show
this
it.
video linked to a case number? I'm trying. Okay, great. No idea where it is now. So, do you know the date? See the video or no?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Area.
Here we go.
Is there a reason that we don't have volume?
It does have a pre-record that's just audio, and at the time when I initiate the activation, then it has audio. And to be correct, I was in the hallway headed towards that area.
No,
where it's
why
secure.
don't we have audio? Does it take 30 seconds for the audio to come on?
Okay, basically, this is them.
Can you do this out here?
All right.
Because I should probably write out something to go with this.
Like a chain of custody.
statement.
Well, we don't have a chain of custody.
Guys hearing this.
So, yeah, come with me and hold up.
He's like, I should probably write something out like chain of custody, right? What is happening?
That's my wife.
Hi.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we go forward. There's the crime scene tech right here.
Wherever you want to go to get there. You can go to the interview. It's fine.
Sure. I can fill out a long way.
No,
Yeah, I don't care what you do.
All right.
No.
Okay.
No. You want to know the details?
Could you hear what the gentleman said?
Yes.
Was he asked if they were from the set?
Yes.
What was his response?
No.
Or do you want me to
Well,
write it down?
let me start with, what is your name, sir?
Troy. Well, that's a great start.
Troy.
It is insane stuff.
Troy Teske.
He's a character, sounds like.
I've got all kinds of identification. You should see it. I'm a
Where are you getting called by?
retired police officer. And
Let me get to the part about the bullets.
and at the last minute,
They talked to
the
her.
defense.
Here.
Which they never did. Okay, so he brought it out here just in case.
Becky, this is my story.
Okay, but get it out.
He's a character, man.
Sir, do you recall this conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when Mr. Teske is talking about being called as a witness in the Gutierrez trial, do you recall which side he was being called by?
I only learned that when he identified that.
What
Speaking
side?
down on the defense side.
And when he
Okay, whatever. Then press this part.
I said, hey, why don't you bring those rounds? And I
Here.
and 2 times, Hancock and then Morrissey.
Morrissey, there it is.
First said way back
You said it.
on November 5th.
Morrissey.
And,
Ugh.
November 5th, 2021, which was.
Hancock is the lead investigator girl who was on the stand with the red hair. Hancock is that girl, and then Morrissey is, of course, Kari Morrissey.
After the shooting. Seth Kinney called me, you know Seth? Everybody seems to know Seth here, but Seth, he was a friend of mine. And,
He was a friend of his.
Seth Kinney called me from Hancock's office. She was a detective at the time. And he said, "You're on the record. I want to know what's going on with you, because I have these rounds from, it's the same batch
Same batch of rounds
that came from Joe Swanson.
that came from Joe Swanson.
You know him too?
Yeah.
So remember, in this industry, they all know each other, right? And like the same people kind of tend to provide these dummy rounds and whatnot. So Seth Kinney tells this fella, Mr. Teske, like, I have these rounds that came from the same batch. Okay.
I know of it.
Everybody.
I've-
Awesome.
Dealt with this case a lot.
Okay, well, that's perfect. The other perfect person to what's your first name?
Marissa.
Marissa? Oh,
Yeah, I apologize. I'm the crime scene technician.
all right. Well, I better jot that down. But I have some good notes on it. So my big concern was having these. They said, "Oh, okay." I said, "I have these rounds. I have a batch, a whole bunch of rounds."
Okay.
Or a bunch. And then they. I said, "What?
Sorry, that's not me. That's
You
the.
probably don't want me to send you the whole batch. You want me to just pull something out and send you a picture." So I took a picture with my phone, sent it to Seth, And he was in the office with Hancock. And they looked at it and Seth said, yep, this is evidence from the accidental shooting.
This is evidence from the accident.
you say
They're from the same batch of
Yes.
live rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
It's, if you know the case, Bell Reed had a whole bunch of live rounds.
Yes.
And they,
Phil Reed, Hannah's
Seth
dad.
and Fell went to Yellowstone 1884, 1883, 1883. And he was teaching people how to shoot with these rounds.
You know, when we heard about
They
this
left there and they went together
with the teaching of the
Arizona.
shooting.
And then they came back and went to another set, which was
We heard about this. So this all track, and this is when he's leaving. That's why there's noise. So he leaves. So this all tracks though with what we know from Hannah's trial, where this story is exactly what tracks with what we heard, right? The Yellowstone 1883, teaching people to shoot, all that.
Sir, why does your video end there?
Because I walked out of the interview and was attempting to, or I did contact Detective Hancock to see who this individual was and why he was there turning in evidence.
So he leaves to go call Hancock.
Okay. Did you know what it was evidence of?
He mentioned that it was tied to the Rust case.
Well, did he say in the video that it was not from the set of Rust?
No,
You didn't hear him say that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Yeah, I stopped it and I asked you what he said. Do you
Oh, I'm
remember
sorry.
giving that testimony?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry, yes.
So the judge.
What's odd to me is that this seems to be an issue because Hancock also couldn't answer that question directly about if it was tied to the set of Rust or not. And if the dude said that, like they were already talking about that just a few minutes ago with her on the stand. And now with him, he's giving contradicting statements about it as well. So I don't know what the deal is with that.
Gentleman said on the video it
Not
was
like it
not from the
matters.
set of Rust.
Yes,
Okay. And you called Corporal Hancock, right?
correct.
And do you recall the conversation you had with her?
Yes, I asked her, an individual's here, gave her the name. I said, he claims that he has evidence. How do you want me to proceed turning it in and documenting it? Or if she was available to come over and interview him. And at that time, you guys were still involved in the Hannah Reed case. So she was unavailable and she asked that it be documented and she would have to do further investigation onto it and interviews.
Okay. I'll pass the witness. I don't know if you have any questions.
I don't think they even ask him any questions after. I don't think they do. They're just like, this is obviously. Oh, he doesn't. I'm just kidding.
The witness that was in the precinct told you he was a retired police officer, correct?
Yes.
He offered to make a statement multiple times, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going
Told
to
you
jump
he was a
ahead.
witness multiple times, correct?
He did mention that.
So what happens is they're going to take a
told you.
break, and then when they come back, Morrissey jumps on the stand. So let's do that. Let's go to where. Let's go to the end of this. Okay, hold on.
That was at the direction of emails with evidence. I have nothing.
Information myself.
All right, we're going to take a
Yeah.
bathroom break and we'll be back in
All right.
3:30, okay?
All right. Here we go.
3:25, okay?
Guys ready?
Thank you.
Let's do this. This is where it really. We'll never see this again in our lifetimes. This is one in a bazillion. The prosecutor taking the stand, calling herself as a witness. There's not even a precedent for that.
Okay, so just,
Insane. All right. Here we go.
well, okay, so just clear, you're a witness, okay? So you can
Insane.
say oath or whatever, but are you calling yourself as a witness? Or do you want Mr. Spiro to call you as a witness?
This is insane.
I don't think it's necessary, frankly, for this evidentiary record for me to call Ms. Morrissey. I know what happened and the court knows what happened. I don't think that we need anything further.
Okay, do you want to call yourself as a
Sure,
witness? No, well, just a minute. So he's willing, as I understand it, to rest now.
Mhm.
Okay? Now, You don't have to say anything under oath if you don't want to.
No, I'm happy to.
This is
Okay, so
incredible.
not only happy to,
Oh my God, Baldwin's going home.
I don't, it doesn't matter to me whether you call yourself as a witness. It doesn't matter to the defense whether you call yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself as a witness,
I don't think Baldwin knows
there's
he's
no one
going home yet.
here that's requiring you to be called as a witness.
The
But I know
information,
he's going home.
everything that happened in this regard, especially as it pertains to me, needs to come out in the public.
All right, so you're calling yourself as a
I
witness.
know.
But
Isn't that crazy?
I am, and it was my understanding that the court indicated to me previously that you wanted me to testify. I understand you've now changed your mind.
Thunder's not wrong, but we're about to see a prosecutor take the stand as her own witness in the case that she's prosecuting. So it just add it to the list, right? But like, wow, holy shit.
It's a good idea if I do it. Where would you like me?
That girl's face, hold on,
Hold
hold on,
Now changed your
hold
mind.
on,
The court
guys,
indicated to me
wait.
previously that you wanted me to testify.
That girl's face.
I understand you've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do
He's
it.
like,
Where would you
whoa.
like me? Do you want me here at the
Yeah.
podium?
No, on the
Okay,
witness.
sure.
Oh my God. Was it cutting off the judge? Dude, Spiro's face? Wow.
All right, Ms. Morrissey voluntarily calling herself as a
Here we
witness.
go,
without
you
any
guys.
Requirement by the court to do so.
For anyone who's like doing other things or whatever, if you're listening, jump. Now's the time. Here's Kari Morrissey taking the stand as a witness.
Or Mr. Spiro asking her to. Please raise your right hand.
And
Do you swear-
this is how we learn, guys. This is how we learn that the rest of the office walked out on her today.
affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
During my investigation of this case and my review of the evidence in this case, I came to understand that there was a large batch of live ammunition that was in the possession of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father. I also understood from all of the evidence and testimony that a portion of that batch of ammunition that belonged to Thel Reed was taken by Thel Reed and Seth Kinney to the 1883 cowboy training camp. When that was over, leftover ammunition was taken back to PDQ props. Seth Kinney took some of the ammunition from that container that he had brought back from Texas and turned it into the sheriff's department. And it appeared to me that he did it to try to exonerate himself. They took it from Mr. Kinney and they tagged it into evidence under the Rust case. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at PDQ props and they took the entire container. And I will say that I do agree, as I recall, although I don't have it in front of me, I do agree that the search warrant didn't really require law enforcement to take everything, but it was my understanding that Mr. Kinney gave them everything so that they would have it and could tag it into evidence. Portions of that ammunition were then sent to the FBI for testing so that they could be compared to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. The FBI testing.
Kid Smith, so that's a good question. I know it was a question. I honestly, that's a good question. The reason it's a good question is because I know it was a part of the discussion, and I don't feel like we ever really knew the question of how it got there. Does anybody remember from the Hannah Gutierrez retrial if we ever learned fully for sure how the rounds got there? I feel like that was still up in the air, personally. That was my sense with that, even when the trial ended. But that feels like forever ago. So that is what my interpretation of this evidence is what you're saying, Kit Smith, that it could be that it got mixed up. Now, there's no, okay, essentially okay, here's the thing. But that's not even the point. The point is more that because the evidence was withheld from the defense, they lost the ability to then utilize that as a defense, right? Like had they had this information, maybe they would have explored more of like the culpability of other people like Seth Kinney or whatever, right? PDQ, like a third party, right? Kind of like Karen Reed again. Or that there was some sort of foul play or somebody intentionally put the rounds, you know what I mean? It's just, it would have changed things for the defense. At least that's part of why the violation exists. It's like there's no way to even speculate as to the significance exculpatory evidence would or would not have to the defense or how they would utilize it. We just know that it's exculpatory, and if there's a violation there, you're done. So, but my interpretation is like what you're saying there, Kit Smith. So yeah, I don't think we ever got a clear answer. That's how I feel as well. Right. That's what I think is so, yeah, 100%. So Fender, I've heard kind of mixed things about that. I've heard some people say on LawTube that like, nah, it's not going to affect anything. And I've heard other people say that they should, that by now they're already going to be working with her appeals. So the thing is that you'll hear Morrissey describe that this evidence was actually bad for Hannah. However, I don't know how much I believe that because it's coming from Morrissey, right? And it sounds like it sounds like the difference would be this. It sounds like the difference would be that that in Hannah's case, there wasn't maybe a violation because they had the evidence, because we're going to hear about that they had, the defense was going to call this dude, Mr. Teske, and they chose not to. So I don't know that there was much of a violation there. But again, I did hear somebody, it might have been Runkle, I did hear somebody say they feel like Hannah could use it. So they might have said that though before we get the rest of this information. So right. At all. So yeah, I think that if it works for Hannah, I think it's going to work in a different way, because again, because her defense had this evidence, and that's the big difference, is Baldwin's defense didn't know this evidence existed. So
demonstrated that the live rounds that were taken from PDQ props that were originally in Texas did not match the live rounds on the set of Rust. And that's testimony that we heard during the Gutierrez trial. So what ended up happening was Mr. Bowles, Ms. Gutierrez's lawyer, put Mr. Teske on a witness list and was intending to call him as a witness to the Gutierrez trial.
You know, the other thing
I conducted a pretrial.
The other thing though is the fact that they didn't, like you said, Kits, was that with Hannah, it was about the fact that she didn't check the gun or whatever, and it wasn't about her bringing the rounds onto the set. I mean, it does beg the question though. They must not. Maybe the reason we don't really know how they got there is because they don't really know how they got there. Because if they could have charged her with that, they would have, right? Like, isn't that wild? Like the two people that they've charged in this death, neither of them are being charged with bringing the rounds onto the set. I don't think they know, potentially, right? Which is just incredible.
Interview of Mr. Teske, and I want to back up. I did at this point have some understanding that Mr. Teske had contact with law enforcement regarding these rounds that he still had in Arizona. So these are rounds that never left Arizona. They were always in the possession of Thel Reed and Troy Teske. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of the evidence indicated. So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teske about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teske. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left Arizona. The filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then, and I will say, I believe I actually saw a photo of it. At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the rounds from the set of Rust. We then cut to November of 2023. Mr. Bowles has put Mr. Teske on a witness list for the Hannah Gutierrez case. We conducted a pretrial interview with Mr. Teske on November 2nd of 2023.
Right. She was.
At that point in time, he
was supposed
brought
to
up
be
that he
right.
was still in possession of these live rounds that were Thel Reed's live rounds that had never left the state.
Well, and there's other things too. Like, for example, they shouldn't have been even using those guns when it wasn't a real filming day. Like, they were just blocking out a scene. Like, they weren't following any of the protocol. Like, the firearms shouldn't have even been being used at all at that point in time. So there was a lot of things. But see, already, let me tell you where I was at this point in her testimony, where she's saying, yeah, we didn't think they were related because they never came to New Mexico. They never left Arizona or whatever it is. And I thought to myself at this point in time, I was like, wait, this doesn't make any sense because they were booked into evidence. We already learned they were booked into evidence under a different case number, labeled as a document. But she's saying this wasn't relevant because they never left the state. So I'm like, okay, something's fishy here, because then if they weren't relevant, why the hell were they booked into evidence and put under
Arizona? I then, when he started, I think he indicated during the pretrial interview that they were from the same batch.
Again, if you just find like a random gum wrapper,
if
you find like a random gum wrapper on the street, it doesn't mean it's going to be evidence, right? Like that's why they make those decisions. They decided it was evidence and put it under a separate case number on purpose. So
from Joe Swanson. And I then said, we should get those from you. I had a conversation with Detective Hancock after.
Well, I just made an example earlier, Fender. It might have been before you were here with a gum wrapper, as to how, just using an example of like random trash on the street. Like, in other words, just because there's something random laying around doesn't mean it's related to a crime or evidence of anything. So like if you're doing a crime scene and there's something that literally is just a random thing that's not related, you're not going to book it into evidence, right? There has to be a reason that you book it into evidence. You can't just take everything and put it in evidence. So, I just illustrating the point that she's saying that these rounds are not connected because they didn't leave the state. She's saying, how can they be connected? They didn't leave the state. Well, if you know for a fact they aren't connected and they're just random, then why are they getting booked into evidence under a separate case number?
After that pretrial interview, about how we could get the rounds from Mr. Teske, and we were trying to figure out if we could send a local law enforcement agency to pick them up. I was then decided that I needed to figure out if that was necessary, since they had never left Arizona.
There again.
And up to that point, it was my impression that they did not match the live rounds from the set of Rust. I then, as I recall, reached out to Mr. Bowles. He and I had a conversation about whether or not the rounds should be tested by the FBI. And I was still trying to figure out if I could get the rounds from Arizona to New Mexico. So I asked Mr. Bowles to please send me a photograph of the rounds from Troy Teske so that I could see with my eyes whether they were even remotely similar. If they were similar, I could go through the steps of obtaining the ammunition, connecting probably with local law enforcement, having a local law enforcement agency go to Mr. Teske's residence and collect them. I didn't want to do that if they didn't look anything like the rounds from the set of Rust, because all 6 rounds from the set of Rust are identical to each other. So when I had this conversation with Mr. Bowles, he provided me the photograph that I showed this morning. And this is it was my understanding that this was a photograph from Troy Teske.
I mean, that's a good question. She's just saying that shit. So and honestly,
Troy and I don't communicate. He's a defense witness. I can't communicate with a defense witness. So Mr. Bowles, as
you've just made it very clear that just because there's a rule that you shouldn't do something doesn't mean you won't break that rule. So just saying.
Texted me this photo, and this is a photo that Mr. Teske took at my request so that I could determine whether this ammunition was related in any way to the set of Rust, because
here's the thing. It's again, it's kind of like what I was saying when I was reading the prosecution's response or the Commonwealth's response. This is again is like a red herring or like a straw man argument. She's trying to really her point of this is trying to say I didn't do anything wrong. It's actually not in it at this point. It's done because she's now a witness, right? So this isn't her arguing the motion like the way you normally would have. This is her trying to save her reputation, to say, here's why I didn't think it was important, because I didn't because of the fact that like what Kitsmans is saying right here. However, when it comes to the exculpatory evidence and the defense's motion, what she's saying here is completely irrelevant. Because the thing is this. Whether she thought it was in Arizona or in any state, it doesn't matter. Alaska, whatever, actually doesn't matter. Because what happened was law enforcement booked it into evidence. And she's the prosecutor, and it is her job to know what evidence they have. First of all. Second of all, law enforcement thought that that evidence was important enough to keep it as evidence, right? Again, if it was completely irrelevant, like a random gun wrapper, they wouldn't be booking it into evidence, right? They booked it into evidence. And the point is also they did it under a separate case number and labeled it as a document on purpose to be deceptive, right? After that, the next point is they did not tell Baldwin's defense. So there's your Brady violation. And then the kicker is that this prosecutor, Morrissey, knew about it. And we heard that from the investigating officer, the lead officer. So, those are the issues at hand.
Never left the state of Arizona. So if it never left the state of Arizona, the only way that it is relevant to the Rust investigation is if it has any similarity to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust, because we were at that point trying to figure out the source of the live rounds. When I received this photograph from Mr. Bowles, I could immediately tell that these are very dissimilar from the live rounds.
I'll back it up a little bit, Kitsmans, because I know like with you're probably going to get even potentially more commentary watching it elsewhere. So hold on, I'll back it up a little bit because I want to hear it as well.
So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teske about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teske. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left Arizona. The filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then, and I will say, I believe I actually saw a photo of it. At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the rounds from the set of Rust. We then cut to November of 2023. Mr. Bowles has put Mr. Teske on a witness list for the Hannah Gutierrez case. We conducted a pretrial interview with Mr. Teske on November 2nd of 2023. At that point in time, he brought up that he was still in possession of these live rounds that were Thel Reed's live rounds that had never left the state of Arizona. I then, when he started, I think he indicated during the pretrial interview that they were from the same batch that was sourced from Joe Swanson. And I then said, we should get those from you. I had a conversation with Detective Hancock after that pretrial interview about how we could get the rounds from Mr. Teske, and we were trying to figure out if we could send a local law enforcement agency to pick them up. I was then decided that I needed to figure out if that was necessary since they had never left Arizona. And up to that point, it was my impression that they did not match the live rounds from the set of Rust. I then, as I recall, reached out to Mr. Bowles. He and I had a conversation about whether or not the rounds should be tested by the FBI. And I was still trying to figure out if I could get the rounds from Arizona to New Mexico. So I asked Mr. Bowles to please send me a photograph of the rounds from Troy Teske so that I could see with my eyes whether they were even remotely similar. If they were similar, I could go through the steps of obtaining the ammunition, connecting probably with local law enforcement, having a local law enforcement agency go to Mr. Teske's residence and collect them. I didn't want to do that if they didn't look anything like the rounds from the set of Rust, because all 6 rounds from the set of Rust are identical to each other. So when I had this conversation with Mr. Bowles, he provided me the photograph that I showed this morning. And this is it was my understanding that this was a photograph from Troy Teske. So Troy and I don't communicate. He's a defense witness. I can't communicate with a defense witness. So Mr. Bowles, as I recall, texted me this photo, and this is a photo that Mr. Teske took at my request so that I could determine whether this ammunition was related in any way to the set of Rust, because it never left the state of Arizona. So if it never left the state of Arizona, the only way that it is relevant to the Rust investigation is if it has any similarity to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust, because we were at that point trying to figure out the source of the live rounds. When I received this photograph from Mr. Bowles, I could immediately tell that these are very dissimilar from the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. They have brass primers. So this is what was presented to the prosecution as the rounds that were in Mr. Teske's possession. They have brass primers and not silver primers. One of them, the one on the left, appears to be a Starline brass casing, but they have truncated cone projectiles. We had seen ammunition that looked exactly like this, not exactly, but very, very similar. And that ammunition was the ammunition that was collected from the sheriff's department and went to the FBI for testing and was determined not to be similar in any way to the live rounds on the set of Rust. So when I saw this photograph, I could see that it was not at all similar to the live rounds on the set of Rust. And I decided not to take any steps to collect this ammunition because it was in Arizona, had never come to New Mexico, and didn't match the live rounds on the set of Rust. So what ends up happening is Mr. Teske is called to New Mexico by Mr. Bowles to testify at the Gutierrez trial. And you can hear on the video that the court heard Mr. Teske say, the defense attorney, that's not me, asked him to bring samples of that ammunition. According to Mr. Teske, he brought the samples of the ammunition, showed them to the defense attorney, and the defense attorney said, I don't want those. I'm not going to use those. And by the way, I'm not going to call you as a witness. So Mr. Teske sat in court during the trial. And then at some point, contacted the deputies downstairs and said, I have this ammunition. So he tried to give it to the defense attorney, who's the person who asked him to bring it. The defense attorney said no. And he then tried to get a hold of Detective Hancock, who was not available because she was with me. So then he ends up going to the sheriff's department and he leaves the ammunition at the sheriff's department. I was contacted, I don't think it was the same day, but I'm not 100% sure. It's possible that it was, by Detective Hancock, and she indicated that Troy Teske had dropped off ammunition at the sheriff's department. Because I had already asked for a photograph of it, I believed that that ammunition was going to look like the photograph that Mr. Bowles had sent me. Corporal Hancock indicated that she was going to tag them into evidence and she was going to create what she called a doc report. And I said, great, do that. I was not aware at that point in time that a doc report would not have the same case number as Rust. I was not aware at that point in time that it would not be linked to the Rust case number. I understood that he had dropped off ammunition that I believed to not look similar to the ammunition from the set of Rust. And I had no idea that it wasn't going to have the same case number. I want to show the court, though, when Mr. Teske showed up to testify with the ammunition that Mr. Bowles told him to bring to the state of New Mexico, he was not called as a witness, and Mr. Bowles said, I'm not taking that ammunition from you. That's why. Because these are photographs from Hannah Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, and they show spot on match for the live rounds found on the set of Rust. This is clearly the reason that Mr. Bowles said, you and your ammunition better get out of here, because it would not have hurt the case, the state's case against Hannah Gutierrez. It would have been the best evidence I could have hoped for. These look exactly like the ammunition, the actual ammunition that we have in evidence. And they do look like the 3 rounds that are in that envelope. So when Mr. Teske couldn't get Mr. Bowles to take them because they were the best evidence against his client, he took them over to the sheriff's department. And when he dropped them at the sheriff's department, I was told that there was going to be a report. There was a report. I assumed they looked like these. And Detective Hancock indicated to me that because he dropped them off and he didn't wait for her, she was then going to try to follow up with him, take a statement from him, so that we could get some idea where they came from, what the relevance was, if there was any relevance at all. And he never returned her phone calls. And that's all of the information that I can give the court, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Cross. Okay, guys, you ready?
May I ask a few questions, Ron? When you took over this case, the investigator handling the case, Mr. Schilling, left the case, correct?
At my request, yes.
The paralegal that was handling this case with you left the case, Mr. Tad.
At my request, yes.
Well, the first prosecutor that was working with you on this case, you selected, correct?
I did.
And he resigned too?
I wouldn't say that he resigned, no.
Okay. He didn't stay on the case for the Alec Baldwin trial, correct?
No, and he indicated that that was because he represented a labor union that's a national labor union, and he was not expecting the trial to be set so quickly. He wasn't expecting it to be set in July. So
There's a lot of
when
position
he
for this.
realized that the trial was going to be set in
John, it
July,
doesn't
he was
matter,
going to
dude.
be in collective bargaining agreements for his national labor union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough
No
time.
one cares. No one cares.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor
That's
selected, resigned from the case today.
She did.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor assigned in this case, resigned today. That's who gave opening statements. Let's hear that again, because it happens really fast. That's like, I was not expecting that.
Labor union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today,
She did.
Today.
based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson Ms. Johnson didn't want my understanding is that she didn't agree with the decision to have a public hearing.
On July 1st in this matter, you served a certificate of compliance with 5501, correct?
I did.
And you've never turned over the report or any of the evidence that we're talking about here at this hearing, correct?
Let's take it one at a time.
Ma'am?
I did not turn over the report. I
You are-
didn't have a
yeah.
copy of the report. The rounds that were left at the sheriff's department by Troy Teske, I have absolutely no reason to believe that they are relevant to the incident that took place on the set of Rust.
I mean, it's really, the thing is it's like defense attorneys. It's a lot different if you're a defense attorney. Like the rules are a lot like, I don't know that you can unless like you're dead. But if you're a prosecutor, I mean, she walked out. That's what happened. She walked out. And, you know, you're working for the government, so it's a bit different. So, I mean, I don't think it happens often, but I think you can. It's different than, like, for example, a defense attorney would be penalized. They wouldn't be able to you wouldn't be able to just do that as a defense attorney. But as a prosecutor, you can. Because it's not infringing on a defendant's rights.
are rounds that were in the possession of Bell Reed and never left the state of Arizona.
You also did not allow the defense to view that evidence at any point during our request to review evidence.
No, but that's not during trial. So, because Fender was asking mid-trial. And so Sarah Boone's before trial, so it's different. But there were extenuating circumstances for all of those, for those attorneys. And the judge made a very thorough record with each attorney as to why they were leaving. There was the first couple ones were like conflicts of interest and stuff like that, which that's a, if there's a conflict of interest, there's no way around. Like you can't be an attorney then for that person, for one of the people, right? So that's different. But other than that, if it's just like irreconcilable differences, stuff like that, like, anyway, the judge made a very thorough record for all of those attorneys. But again, it's before trial, so it's different. And I was saying specifically mid-trial, I think if you're a defense attorney, unless you die, it's not happening. Wait, what? What am I missing here with the ma'am? Yeah, conflict of interest is different. Yeah. Yeah, they can refuse to prosecute. Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's very different. It's very different because it's all about the defendant's rights, right? So if you're the prosecution, the government, it's their job to have other prosecutors available, right? And if they can't prosecute a case, they're not infringing on anybody's rights. But if there's a defendant in a case that's being prosecuted and they don't have legal representation, then their rights are being infringed upon. So that's why it's different, because of the whole goal is to protect the defendant's rights. So yeah, it can happen. I know I've seen it happen. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I've seen it happen. I mean, seems like it might have happened in Karen Reed, but we gave up on that at some point. Yeah, not quit. Right. Yeah. No, she quit, or Linda Johnson quit because she was not really involved in the beginnings of this. This is Morrissey's case, okay? Erlinda, he wasn't even involved in Hannah Gutierrez's trial. She was involved with other stuff. They just brought her in. So she did not know. From what I understand, Erlinda Johnson was sideswiped by all this. Okay. And, I missed it. Okay, Spencer, sorry. I missed that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ma'am. Right. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. So, that's right. I forgot I said that. So sometimes I say things I don't even realize what I say, because I'm just thinking out loud. But yeah. So Erlinda Johnson, I think, had no idea this was coming and was sideswiped by it because she was not involved in this evidence, right? This was Morrissey and Hancock. And so I think what happened is when this started coming out and she realized where it was going, she was like, I am getting the fuck out of here, because she does not want obviously, right, does not want to be associated with this. And I don't blame her. She wants to keep her bar license. So that's exactly right, Kit Spitz. Defendants have legal constitutional rights that must be upheld. Yes, prosecution does not have the same rights. Yep. Right, I know. Kudos to her for walking out. 100%. Yep. And the paralegal and everybody else that left. It's a huge sign. That's right. Yep. I think that Morrissey has nobody else there except for the person who's doing the tech. I think she's by herself. So
This case.
I had never
sorry, this song On My Own from Les Mis. Anyway.
seen it, and I didn't realize that it wasn't under the same case number because I'm not a law enforcement officer and I don't work at the sheriff's department. But you are right.
And you can see that they are Starline brass, silver 45, right?
I can. And this is the best evidence against Hannah Gutierrez.
Yeah, you've said that a couple of times.
Yeah, no,
any favorable evidence you understand as a prosecutor has to be turned over to the defense.
Here we go, guys.
any evidence that could be used as a defense to potentially be favorable has to be turned over to the defense.
Absolutely.
So the third Hague report that never got turned over to the defense, you understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to your question.
Mother of God.
When the second Hague report came in, and I provided all of this to the defense, I sent it to the person who is managing the discovery server and asked them to upload it. It wasn't until I realized during pretrial interviews that it wasn't there that there was a problem with it. So I then attempted to figure out what the problem was, and it was indicated to me that it appeared that the former paralegal who was working for the special prosecutor had removed it. So we then immediately provided it.
Trying to throw them
Then
under the
during
bus
the
too.
pretrial interview of Mr. Hague,
After they quit though.
it was brought to my attention that the defense did not have the August 31st report that indicated that the gun functioned fine, perfectly fine. And that was provided immediately. I went back, I checked my email, I could see
I know,
I
right?
received it from Mr. Hague and failed to forward it on to be uploaded. And I provided it as soon as I was aware that you did not have it.
The fact that nobody at the Hannah Goodyear's retrial cross-examined Mr. Hague about the report didn't clue you into the fact that nobody had the report?
Actually, it didn't, and I'd like to address that. The reason that it didn't come in is because Hannah Gutierrez's defense was that the gun worked perfectly. The defense in Hannah Gutierrez was never interested in any evidence that there was an issue with the gun, because if there was an issue with the gun, it damaged her case. So what you could see, if you watched the trial or saw any of the transcripts, the defense actually brought in their own expert to say that the gun worked perfectly.
That was the guy who had that really long last name and gave his whole life story. You guys remember that dude? That was a trip.
So they had no interest in that information.
And actually, you elicited testimony from Mr. Hague at that trial that was inconsistent, at least partially inconsistent, as the court's aware, with his third report, correct?
Tell me what you're referring to and I'll answer your question.
Well, there was a whole hearing about this where you saw this and you saw me go back and forth with Mr. Hague for 25 minutes. So
I agree, but I need to know what you're talking about for me to answer your question.
Okay, if you can't answer the question,
I think she's in hardcore denial.
She's
in denial, man.
You say that.
Guys, well, you'll hear, we're almost to the end, as you can see. This is going to be done soon. We're going to hear her do her little interview. She's in hardcore denial, and she would fit in well in Massachusetts. I would just say.
The extent of the communications you have
about
the
that's
report,
the dude.
as you relay it to the court, is that all you said in response was, "Great, do that." That's your testimony?
Yeah, I assumed that it was going to be tied to the same case number. So I said, great, do it, file a report.
No follow-up questions?
No, because I had a picture of the ammunition that didn't match the ammunition from the set of Rust.
No concerns in your mind when you got the case file and you turned it over to us that it wasn't included?
Yeah, that's
absolutely not. There's a terabyte of discovery. I didn't know whether this 2-page police report had been provided. And in addition to that, I had no reason to believe, and still have no reason to believe, that those rounds have anything to do with these cases.
Yeah, that's on point.
As I asked you about Mr. Hague yesterday when Ms. Popple testified, you would agree with me that her testimony under oath was false.
What part of her testimony was false? And I'll answer.
That she said that these rounds don't look anything like the rounds on the set when you elicited that testimony.
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that there were rounds that looked like that.
It's okay. In any event, when the court, and you never tested those rounds.
You take a job as a janitor.
Any of the rounds that came from Mr. Teske? No, because they came in just a few months ago.
And the court asked you actually one question that I want to address, which is the court said to you, well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response. And what you said to the court was, I never saw these. I've never seen these, and I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning. Do you remember saying that to the court?
With regard to the 3 Starline brass, with regard to the 3 cartridges that appear to be similar to rust, yes.
Well,
I never saw them until today.
Well, but you said also, I never saw the report, right?
I never did.
Right, but don't you think, given your duty of candor to this court, that that's awfully misleading to not tell the court at that point that you knew about this when it occurred long ago?
That I knew about what?
You knew that Mr. Teske had turned in this evidence, that you knew that the report would have existed because you just told this court that the doc report was okayed by you.
Sure.
Don't you think it was misleading to this court to not just say at that point, you know, just so you know, I know about this. I knew about this then. I was involved.
I did not intend to mislead the court. My understanding of what was dropped off at the sheriff's department
so done.
is on this computer
Your
screen.
stupid picture, like
and
it's
it
gonna
looks
help her.
absolutely nothing like the live.
Ma'am, your picture cannot save you. You're done. In the words of, hold on, in the words of Mr. Yannetti. Where is it? What is it? Here we go.
We're done here.
I love it.
Rounds from the set of rust.
The truth of this matter is, you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
Oh,
You know,
dude.
that
this
is
part-
absolutely untrue.
Guys, y'all.
I actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies.
This is
I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that. I know that that was something that Mr. Baldwin would say on the set of Rust. I don't recall saying that.
Do you deny that
my
under oath?
God.
Without having more information,
Unbelievable.
I can tell you that I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say it, I invite you to point it out to
In a
me.
way, it's like combining Trooper Proctor and all this, right? Like talking mad shit about the defendant or calling them names. That's what we're getting at. That's where, let's hear that again.
You called him an
I know,
arrogant.
I know, Kit Smith. You're right. Yes, it was amazing.
Without having more information,
Yes, I know.
I can tell you, I know that that was something that Mr. Baldwin would say, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that. I know that that
Unbelievable.
was something that Mr. Baldwin would say on the set of Rust. I don't recall saying that.
Do you deny that under oath?
Without having more information, I can tell you that I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say it, I invite you to point it out to me.
You called him an arrogant prick to another witness.
To who? To what witness?
I'm asking you, did you call him an arrogant prick during a witness interview?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall.
Do you deny that?
Without knowing what you're talking about, all I can tell you is that I can't respond if I don't know what you're talking about.
And you said also to witnesses that you would teach him a lesson.
I never said to witnesses that I would teach him a lesson.
You know what's funny about
Absolutely
this?
not. In fact, Mr. Spyro, I want to give a full
hold on.
response to your question.
Oh boy. I'll hold my.
I made every effort in this case to resolve this case with your client in a very favorable way for him.
All right, I'm going to move to strike this. It's not responsive.
Plea deal.
It is
Well, I don't
responsive.
want to talk about plea negotiations.
Yeah.
And it's not responsive. So I have no further
All right, do you have any follow-up?
Okay, so real quick, I just wanted to say, so as far as this whole thing about people, we see this in trials all the time, right? Where it's like, you know, did you do such and such thing? And then it's like, well, where's the document, right? You know, the thing is this, is that while I do understand the whole thing about like showing the receipts, there's two ways that you can present someone with a document, right? It's like to refresh their memory, right? Or it's like impeachment evidence. Now here, I think that the thing is this, is that it's not necessary. Honestly, none of that was really relevant in terms of the Brady violation stuff, essentially, right? He's just hammering the point home, essentially. I don't think that the judge needed, the judge had the information she needed from the moment I think Hancock said that Morrissey knew about it, right? But what am I trying to say? So like the point here, I think, is not to prove that she said those things or not, right? I think the point is really more that if you knew that you would never call somebody those names, you wouldn't be asking for the proof. It's if you just think about it from a logical response. Like if someone were to ask me if I said these things about people, I would know for sure if I did or didn't say them. I wouldn't need to be given proof of it. And the reason is because I would know that I would never say those things, right? If it was like, did you say that the sky was blue on such and such day? Well, then, yeah, I wouldn't know. I'd have to see what the weather was, or you'd have to show me, you know what I mean? But like, if it's something that's like that, it's like, unless you call people those names all the time, right? It's the type of thing where it's like, you should know if you would or wouldn't say that about somebody, if that makes any sense. So I don't, like the fact that she's like, I don't recall unless you can show me, you know what I mean? How many times do we see that from people? And you know what that usually means? You know what that usually means? It means they know they said it and they're just trying to see if the other person is just trying to call their bluff. It's just a game. It's just a game. It's just bullshit, right? Basically. The fact that answer to me is like, yeah, you said it. So. Right. Correct. That's okay. I just used to calling bluff. I didn't even see that. That's funny. And I just said that. Yeah. So she's trying to head him off, impeaching her by calling on right. Because if she just flat out denies it. Right. Yep. Yeah. Well, and again, I mean, I understand what he's doing. It's still not necessary. It's still not necessary. It's just not, because the judge is going to make a thorough record. It's not necessary, but I understand it. It's just to hammer it home. But like, the judge made up her mind already a long time ago.
Testimony. All right.
I want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited the defendant to tell me what he's talking about, and he has declined. I want the court to take notice of that.
Boy, oh boy.
Thank you. You may step down.
Like it's going to save you. You're done.
All right.
Go learn how to.
No, Your Honor.
Go learn how
All
to.
right. Argument. Let's have 15 minutes aside sufficient.
I don't even think that is necessary, frankly.
Do you want to make argument?
I don't think that's necessary. He says we don't even need to argue it. Wow.
All right.
I missed the look. Hold on. Let me.
Minutes aside.
And he has declined. I want the court to take notice of that.
Thank you. You may step down.
Any of
All right.
It's not responsive, so I have no further
All right.
questions.
Do you have any follow-up testimony? All right.
Yeah.
I want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited the defendant to tell me what he's talking about, and he has declined. I want the court to take notice.
I think I saw the look, but I'll go back again.
Thank you. You may step down.
No,
I don't want to talk.
We'll wait for him.
All right, I'm going to move to strike this. It's not responsive.
It is
Well,
responsive.
I don't want to talk about plea negotiations.
Yeah, and it's not responsive. So I have no further
All right.
questions.
Do you have any follow-up testimony? All right.
I want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited
He's
the
like
defendant to tell me what he's
like you're garbage. How do you even sleep at night?
talking about, and he has declined. I want the court to take notice.
Okay, let me go forward.
All right. Argument. Let's not. 15 minutes aside sufficient.
I don't even think that is necessary, frankly.
Do you want to make argument?
Further argument.
All right.
I don't think either side needs further argument.
Look at her going back to her table by herself.
All right.
They're all gone. Amazing. Amazing.
So
That makes such a statement, doesn't it? That all her staff left. It's like, they're like, sorry, we have ethics and we're getting the fuck out of here.
dismissal with prejudice is a very extreme sanction.
Here we go, guys.
And
So that means dismissal with prejudice, right? The case is dismissed. With prejudice means they cannot bring them again.
case law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element and I have to make a very good record as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing.
There we
So in order to establish a Brady violation, the defendant
I'm
must
getting
show that the
goosebumps again.
prosecution
Oh, man.
suppressed evidence, the evidence
Wow.
was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense. So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind.
So it doesn't even require a finding of bad faith. You hear that, guys? This is why I was saying it just has to show that you suppress the evidence. It doesn't even have to, it doesn't have to find bad faith. So they went above and beyond. The defense went above and beyond what the requirements are. And that's what we're hearing now in the case law. But what I wanted to point out is I don't think Alec Baldwin even realizes what's happening yet.
And on the part of the prosecutor.
Hi, Andrea. Happy to see
This
you.
prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teske gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either
Yes.
as impeachment or
Here, I'll back it up, Kit Smits. Yes.
Any of those names?
All right, any other witnesses?
No, necessary, frankly.
Do you want to make argument?
Further argument.
All right.
I don't think you decide needs further argument.
All right. So dismissal with prejudice is a very extreme sanction. And case law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element and I have to make a very good record as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So in order to establish a Brady violation, the defendant must show that the prosecution suppressed evidence, the evidence was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense. So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the part of the prosecutor. This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teske gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied. The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is impeachment evidence, has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence, and is potentially exculpatory to the defense. Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings, and that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins. I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper. The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state, quoting Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransience. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state unilaterally withheld a supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching. Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong. Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated, State versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted. Court also has power, inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice.
Yep.
Your motion to dismiss
There it
with
is.
prejudice is
There it is.
granted. Now, with respect to the jury, I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
Thank you.
We are in recess.
Over.
I'm not getting it. I'm gonna.
Dismiss him, Judge. Dismiss him.
Go ahead.
Thank you all for your help. Stay all okay.
I mean, this other thing though is so Helena's husband though became like an executive producer on the film, right? Like, didn't they work that out? So like, I was actually thinking about that, how like it's weird because it seemed like they actually weren't. Like, it seemed like they were still working together. Like, he actually like became an executive producer, so he was like even working closer with Baldwin. I don't know. Do you guys remember? Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah. You know, it's like what I was saying with Karen Reed. An injustice, okay, an injustice to one person doesn't equal justice for another person. An injustice to one person does not equal justice for another person. I'll say it again. So in Karen Reed's case, right? Convicting someone of a crime they didn't commit, or a crime they did commit, but where there was not sufficient evidence or where the evidence was tainted, does not automatically mean justice for the victim. Same thing, right here. Like, it's not justice for the victim if there's a Brady violation, okay, and somebody is wrongfully convicted, whether they did a thing or didn't do a thing. An injustice for one person does not equal justice for another. And the burden for this falls on law enforcement and falls on the government. And that's the point. If you listen to the judge, she said the word sanctions for a reason. The sanctions are essentially boils down to punishment against the law enforcement agencies and the prosecution because they fucked it up. They didn't do their job. They didn't follow the law. And we cannot have that. That is not justice for anyone. So let me just make that very clear. Yeah, two wrongs don't make a right. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Two wrongs don't make a right. So this to me was justice because in light of the Brady violation, there's no other way. Had there not been a Brady violation, I'm sure this trial would still be going on, right? For the rest of the time. It was supposed to have 5 more days or something. Completely different. In the wake of this Brady violation, this to me was so powerful in the wake of so much injustice we've seen in other trials where the judges are just not doing the right thing. This actually, I want to watch it again now that we've watched it all the way through because this to me was so powerful and this was really needed for my soul. Like in my soul, this was needed, honestly.
Even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence and is potentially exculpatory to the defense. Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial.
I agree. Hancock, I got weird vibes from her in Hannah's trial as well. I did. I was like, what is going on, man? Yeah, I totally did.
Requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceeding.
I think it still hasn't sunk in for him yet, though, here.
Castro.
Yep.
This evidence is material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins.
Right. And that's the point.
I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper.
Yep.
The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state. Quoting Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion by state intransience.
Her face.
The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state unilaterally withheld a supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching. Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the definition the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong.
So that
Lesser
actually-
sanctions under Harper, trial courts possess broad discretion.
Did you hear that part, guys? Because that's actually really relevant to all the stuff we've been learning about with Kara Reed. She said there's no way for the court to right this wrong. So, in other words, a mistrial is not going to cut it, right?
Their authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated, State versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case.
Y'all, I didn't catch this before. She said manifest necessity. Because this is such an emotional moment to see this and hear this. But hold on, because she said manifest necessity. Fucking hell. How is it that we have so much manifest necessity in our lives right now? It's mind-boggling. I'm so happy though that we have two Irish friends.
State versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted. Court also has power, inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice.
Me too, Kit Smith.
Your motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted.
Me too. Wow. I will be honest.
Now, with respect to the jury,
I was crying before he was when this was happening because I saw it live.
I can imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
Thank you.
Yeah, the poor
We are in
jury.
recess.
Can you imagine that the jury's got to be like, what the fuck happened while we were gone? Like they were like, it's like, we were away for a couple hours. What did you guys do while we were away? You know? Are we, what's happening? Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, Andrea, Haley, Justin. I don't know. I'm not up on things. Okay, let's get to first press stuff. Morrissey.
Yeah.
Who married Haley Bieber? Who's dad? Who's dad? I thought that was Baldwin's brother. Is Haley? I don't know. I don't know these people. I'm going to ask too many questions if I start going there. I don't know the celebrities. So I want to see Morrissey though. There's Morrissey. All by herself, man. Look at that. Wow, guys, look at that. That is wild to see. Her life is done, like done. And this is so insane because she's going to go. Oh, that's wild, Kit Smith. How? That's crazy. What? Does she do anything, Haley, or she's just married to Justin? Okay, so she's gonna talk. Let's give it a second. Look at this. This is insane, though, man. Wow. Wow. Look at. She probably usually has people to wind up those plugs for her, but not anymore because they all quit. Wow. Dang, yo. I'm from the 90s, apparently. I don't know why it won't let me. Okay, here we go. Scrub, get to the interview part. Wow. Someone's actually willing to talk to her. That's crazy. I guess those are some of us. They're like court people. Yeah, I would not want to be working for her. Oh, fuck. That's, God, yuck. Icky feeling if you're somebody working for her. Icky feeling. I know she gives that interview. It might not be, let's see. It's short. Okay, it's going to be somewhere else. Hold on, let me see. I saw it pop up when I was searching. Hold on, guys. She does give a little interview. Not recording or, oh my God. Okay.
The truth of this matter is, you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
You know, that is absolutely.
Because why would anything be normal? Here we go. Cool.
I understand that the court disagrees with me, and I respect the court's decision. There is absolutely no evidence that any of that ammunition is related to the incident involving Ms. Hutchins.
So the judge is wrong?
No, I said that I respect the court's decision. I think that people can disagree. I'm disappointed because I believe that the importance of the evidence was misconstrued by the defense attorneys, but I have to respect the court's
Do
decision.
you feel you let the Hutchins family down?
Do you regret not turning over the ammunition?
Well, I didn't know that the ammunition that became the subject of today's hearing existed.
You still believe Mr. Baldwin was guilty?
That has never been a decision for me. That has always been a decision for the jury.
Did you let the Hutchins family down?
No, we didn't. We did everything humanly possible to bring justice.
So when I heard this earlier, I thought the answer was weird. When they say, he says, do you still believe Alec Baldwin is guilty? And she says, that's a decision for the jury. Like, when I heard that earlier, I was like, that's weird. Because, like, while that's a diplomatic answer, that actually doesn't make any sense, right? Because if you're prosecuting someone, you have to believe the person did it. Like, think about every opening statement, right? It's like, the whole point is that that was a weird answer. It's your job to think that they're guilty. That's literally your job. That was weird. Well, I'm going to show you guys again and see what you guys think.
To Helene, that has never been a decision for me. That has always been a decision for the jury.
Did you let the Hutchins family down?
No, we didn't. We did everything humanly possible to bring justice.
You still
The ammunition that became the subject of today's hearing existed.
You still believe Mr. Baldwin was guilty?
That has never been a decision for me. That has always been a decision for the jury.
Did you let the Hutchins family down?
Makes sense. I mean,
no, we didn't. We did everything humanly possible to bring justice to Helena and to her family, and we're proud of the work that we did. Again, we disagree with the court's decision, but we have to respect it.
So where do you go from here? Where do you go from here?
Sheriff, do you have any?
Wild. You had to know that this was going to happen, though. Like, this is what's so crazy. Like, how can you disagree? Like, like law school 101 people. All right, let's look up Erlinda. Thank you for this tip, Andrea. What? Did I spell this right? Okay, I did. Oh, I left out a D. Hold on. All right.
So, want to hear how crazy this got? One of the lead prosecutors, not the one who took the stand, Morrissey, one of the other, the one who gave the opening statement, quit today. Why? Guess what? This almost never happens. This prosecutor wants to be heard enough that she's coming on TV right after this happened. Erlinda Ocampo Johnson joins us now. Thank you so much for taking the opportunity.
Hi, Chris.
Wow.
First, let me give you a chance to respond what was said about you. Another member of the team said you left the team because you didn't like that this Brady hearing was public.
Right.
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. I left because I learned about this evidence when the public learned about it yesterday, late afternoon. As I don't know if you're aware, I actually came on this case kind of late in the game. I came on the case towards the end of April. So I had to get up to speed. I was not involved in the Hannah Gutierrez case at all. And so I was not aware that this individual had taken this ammunition to the sheriff's department and provided it to the officers. I learned all of that yesterday when Mr. Spiro was cross-examining the crime scene technician. So I inquired some more. And this morning when the motion hearing began.
One thing I will say, you guys, there's that saying about, what is the saying? I think there's actually a saying for it in Latin, but it's like, the truth comes out on cross-examination. It's more eloquent than that. It's to that effect, right? That only on cross-examination can you get to the truth, something like that. That I meant to say this earlier because I had that sense yesterday before any of this started even really happening when it was on cross with that crime scene tech, because that crime scene tech took the stand at Hannah Gutierrez's trial and she seemed really credible. And in fact, she seemed really credible in this trial initially. And I remember even like yesterday morning or whatever, like watching it and EDB was commenting. She's like, you know, I really like this witness. And I'm like, yeah, me too. Like she just answers questions, blah, blah. And then on cross, it all started to change. And she was on cross for a long time. And I was like, something's going down. Why is she still on the fucking stand, right? And little by little, it changed. And I had that feeling. I was just, that quote came back to my head of like, on cross-examination is when the truth comes out. Because all I could think about is if these attorneys, these defense attorneys didn't cross her and get, like, only through cross-examination was this discovered, in other words. Like, had they just asked the standard questions and didn't dig deeper, it wouldn't have come out, which is, I don't even have, it's, again, this resonates with me so much because not just the judge, right, but the importance of the defense attorneys. This is like, man, and it sucks. It sucks that they weren't, that in Karen Reed's case that wasn't able, you know, that they're having, man, it's just not. Anyway, that's a whole other thing. It's just hard to see it. It's hard to see the injustice happening, but it's really important to see it when it does happen. And, you know, we've seen a lot of cases recently back to back where we're seeing justice being fought from the defense. And it's really fascinating, right? We're seeing judges, in this case, thank God, again, the judge was in the right, but we're seeing judges with fuckery. We're seeing prosecutors with fuckery, all kinds of fuckery. And honestly, we're seeing the defense being the ones that are, the truth wouldn't come out otherwise. It's really insane to me. Right. No, but they discovered it though. But it came out though. They discovered it they had just discovered it. Like it just came out. They did not have this planned going into the trial. They discovered it. They talked about it. I can't remember. It's been a long day, but they did talk about when it came out. I think it came out on cross though. Right. Yeah, that's right. Yes.
My position was during the lunch hour, before the lunch hour, during the lunch hour,
Right.
we have an obligation as prosecutors.
Yeah,
we have an obligation not only to the.
Right, I think it was during a break. Like they think it was during cross, or maybe it was overnight. But like during a break, I think that's what
people,
happened.
but to the defendant. And our obligation is to make sure that all the evidence is turned over. We don't get to decide what the defense is going to be.
Right.
Our job is to ensure transparency and to ensure that the defendant has everything that the prosecution has gathered. What they do with it, that's up to them. Go ahead.
Two things. One, the better minds that I bring on the show, because what do I know, were very impressed by your opening. They felt that you had good command and that you made a very strong case. Did you believe that Alec Baldwin should be found guilty?
I did. I believed the evidence that we had. I had no idea that there
That's
was.
really funny. So I was just saying this, right? That's what I said. I was like, that's weird about Morrissey's interview that she didn't say that, because the prosecutors are supposed to say that. And she's coming out and saying it. It's weird that Morrissey was like, no, that's not for me to decide. It's for a jury. It's interesting, man. That's really interesting.
Other evidence that had not been turned over. That there was.
Thank you, Kit Smith.
There were some actions that were done during the filming, and there was some recklessness. I did based on the evidence that was available. But my job is not to get a conviction, it's to put the evidence before a jury.
That's right.
That's how I saw my job.
Yes.
Is to put all this evidence before the jury and let the jury decide.
That's right.
But once things start, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I want to hear you. But once things what?
So once I learned that this evidence was not turned over, that it was there, it was under a different case number, and my obligations, my ethical obligations as a prosecutor. Now, keep in mind, I've been a prosecutor. I was a state and federal prosecutor for over a decade. I've been a prosecutor. I've been a criminal defense lawyer for the last 16 years. So I've been on both sides. And I know what you're required to do. And when this came to light, I think that the best decision would have been for the state to dismiss the case.
Great vision.
That's why I resigned.
Really?
Because I believed that case should have been dismissed. And I advocated for that over the lunch hour. And it wasn't. And so when we came back after the lunch hour, I asked to withdraw.
This only makes sense. This only makes sense. It's clear that this must have happened, right? That she's like, you have to dismiss it. Just to show, like, that's the only way, like, that would have been the better option, okay, for Morrissey. For her to be like, okay, yep, I see this problem. Let me go ahead and dismiss this case myself. Like, that would have been way better. She could have maybe salvaged something of her career. This was not, and so that makes sense. They argued about it over lunch and then she left. Wow.
So you wanted the prosecution team to walk away from the case. They said no. So you said, then I'm walking away. And then the judge basically agreed with you. So
isn't this exactly though what we were talking about with Karen Reed? Anyone on that prosecution team could have done that. They could have said, sorry, I'm walking away from this, right? I'm walking away. I'm choosing not to be a part of this. And they chose not to.
I have two questions. First one is, so you believe it should be dismissed? Explain to people who don't understand anything about the law, why did you believe this ammunition was so important for the defense?
So obviously, you're a lawyer, I think. Brady versus Maryland imposes requirements on the prosecution to turn over evidence. The rules of criminal procedure impose those requirements, those duties as well.
Right.
So is the evidence material? That's number one. How timely is the disclosure? Without question, this was grossly untimely. Number two, is it material? So the question is, could the defense have made some use of this evidence in their defense? And like I said, we as prosecutors do not get to make that decision what the defense is going to be.
And that's what I was saying at the very beginning of this live. I think it was at the beginning of the live stream when I was talking about, like, I gave the example with Koberger and Ann Taylor about Brady. Somebody was asking me what Brady was. Yeah, that was at the beginning of the stream. So I think it was Abby asking me what Brady what Brady and what exculpatory evidence was, and I was explaining that. So I was saying the exact same thing, which is the defense, the prosecution doesn't get to decide what a defense is going to use, right? And that's the whole point. Like Ann Taylor always says with Idaho, you know, it's the same type of shit going on with the discovery, right? Like turn over everything you have if it's in evidence, because just because you, as in her talking to the prosecution, just because you don't see it as exculpatory doesn't mean we won't find it as exculpatory. So that's why, again, the whole thing is just the fact that they put it in evidence. That's where now we have a problem. Because if it's in evidence, it has to be turned over because it's for the defense to decide if they want to use it or not, right?
Can the defense use this, and could it potentially raise some sort of reasonable doubt? And you have to step back. You're not an advocate. As a prosecutor, you're not an advocate. You are there to present the facts and to present the evidence.
Right.
And your job is, and that's why I took this case on. I agreed to come on board, is because there was a woman who was killed, no question about it. This was tragic, and something happened, and a jury needed to make that decision. And so I believe in the system, and unfortunately, something went horribly wrong here, and I was not aware of it. And when I did become aware of it, my ethical obligations dictated that I advocate for a dismissal.
She did the right thing.
So let's talk about what went wrong. Okay. And, you know, you guys at home can Google Brady versus Maryland. It's a 1963.
It's good that she didn't just walk out. She first advocated for dismissal. That's important because that shows that Morrissey had to say, nope, I'm not doing it. That's even, like, think about that, guys. She had her other prosecutor advocate for a dismissal, and Morrissey still said, nope, I think it's fine, or whatever. Like, I don't care what you think the follow-up was. If she said no, that's enough. Like, what? Like, I want to know, what did she actually say? Like, how do you say you're not going to dismiss it? That's so crazy to think about.
Case that basically just goes to things that either could be exculpatory, meaning it's evidence that the defense could use to show it wasn't them, or what they call impeachment, which is evidence that the defense could use to show that one of the witnesses for the prosecution is full. Okay, basically that's what Brady was. They call it Brady material. Your co-counsel says you have it wrong, that this ammunition, she knew about it, obviously, and she says, nah, it didn't have any real value. It had no resemblance to the ammunition that is involved in Alec Baldwin's case. Why would I turn it over?
Well, you know, at the end of the day, a jury could have believed that, but our obligations are to turn all evidence over that could potentially be used by the defense in their defense.
Yeah, I didn't watch any of the pretrial motions for Alec Baldwin because I've been covering Karen Reed. I mean, you know, that's fine if you think they're slimy. It's irrelevant, though, in terms of the Brady violation. Like, that doesn't change anything. I mean, and I think that as far as, like, Karen goes, like, I'll just say it again, you know, to me, yes, is it worse if somebody did not do a crime and they're being charged with a crime, and then on top of that, there's a shoddy investigation and there's all kinds of issues, issue after issue after issue? Yeah, that's worse, but it doesn't really matter. Like, okay. The thing that I think about when I think about this trial and Karen Reed trial has nothing to do with who did it or didn't do a thing, like in terms of the defendants. It's nothing to do with Karen didn't hit John O'Keefe, and it has nothing to do with Alec Baldwin and pulled the trigger. That's not even part of my conceptualization of any of it. Just to be honest with you guys, it's just not. It's looking at the case. It's looking at the fuckery, right? It's like, It doesn't even, none of that matters. There, okay, what's my point? My point, there was so much fuckery, in different ways, right? But in both cases, there's so much fuckery. It does not matter if the defendant did or didn't do it. It doesn't matter. But that's my point, is the fact that this was a mistrial, the case was just dismissed, right? That's what needs to be happening with Karen also. And even if somebody believes Karen did it, I know those people are out there, even if people think she did it, even still, looking at the investigation, it all stopped with the solo cups, right? That's where it ended. Like, done. We're done. Like, there were so many other issues, but honestly, I think you don't need to go any further than that. It should be dismissed, and it should never have been brought. So, prosecution. So I don't know which case you guys are talking about. If you guys are talking about Karen Reed, or I know it's confusing because we've gone back and forth, but yeah, and I agree. Of course, it is definitely fair. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I just think that how to say it, like, while it is horrible that Karen Reed obviously did not commit a crime and is being charged with it, right? The only trouble is, like, if we put the focus on that and not the investigation, then we're back in a position where there's more focus on people's opinions of guilt or innocence before they've reached a jury verdict. Does that make sense? So my point is, like, while I understand that and I get that, just like how I also get how it's clear that, I mean, I think, it seems like Baldwin, why do I want to call him Mark? It seems like Alec Baldwin would likely have been found guilty, maybe, right? Like, this trial could have gone differently were it not for this Brady violation. Okay, so just like that, so same, right? Just like how it seems like it's unfair because he's going to walk, and just like it seems more unfair for Karen because she didn't do it. If we keep our focus there, it's not in the right place, in my personal opinion, because that still puts the impetus on a verdict before there's a verdict, or a judgment of guilt or innocence before there's a verdict. When the focus, I think what we're seeing in trials happening these days, one after another, the focus needs to be on the process, the pretrial motions, pretrial litigation, the investigation, all of this. Because what we're seeing now is there's all these trials now, there's one after another that are not even going to get to a jury. So to even put a focus on the verdict or opinions of guilt or innocence really is kind of besides the point, right? And it's missing the point, because am I making sense to anybody here? Right, exactly, yeah. You don't want guilty people walking on technicalities nor innocent people in prison because, right, exactly. Right, the process needs to work, or else why do we have it? Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and if Alec, again, I didn't watch any of the pretrial stuff. If Alec Baldwin's lawyers are slimy, fine. But you know what? They did their job. He is entitled to zealous advocacy. And like we were just putting those quotes up there a few minutes ago about the truth coming out in cross-examination. Were it not for these defense attorneys, we would not have known. Morrissey wasn't going to come out and say it, because even when confronted with the Brady violation, she tried to deny it, right? That's fucked up. Like, this is the point, man, right? Like, how else are we supposed to get the truth? So they can't be all that slimy, right? Like, that's the thing. If Kari Morrissey is going to deny in the face of, here's the facts of a Brady violation, and she's going to flat out deny it, even though the rest of her office walks out. who's really the slimy one in that situation, right? When like we only know the truth because it came out on cross. So
it's not for us to decide what is the defense going to be. It's not for us to say, well, his defense was he didn't pull the trigger. So his defense is not.
I got you. But here's the tough question. Here's the tough question. The suggestion, not from you, from me, is that this may have been in bad faith. Your co-counsel knew about this. She was willing to get on the stand, take the oath, and say, I didn't see any value here. Defense counsel and you echo the same standard. You don't get to decide whether or not it has value. She says, yes, I do. Otherwise, how do I know what to turn over? And I thought this didn't meet the standard. What is the standard, and why do you believe co-counsel got it wrong?
Well, this is a lot to process. Obviously, I learned about this yesterday evening. But just in looking at, so the first time I look at this evidence was this morning because it was brought over to court. I think as you saw, the judge had them open the envelope. And so there were 3 rounds that looked very similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. Thinking as a defense attorney, I'm thinking the defense could have argued Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was a great armorer. She was completely competent, and there was sabotage. So you have that potential sabotage angle. So then at that point, potentially those 3 rounds do become potentially exculpatory. But the point is, it should have been turned over. It wasn't turned over.
Funny because Morrissey actually said, no, it wouldn't have helped them. They didn't want it, which, I mean, we don't know why they didn't use it. But anyway, she's saying that it could have been useful.
And
you think it met the standard. Any way you look at it, it should have been turned over. It was enough for you to step away.
That's a good point, Fender.
I want to ask you about the case now that it's dismissed, because I didn't know.
That's a good point, because the government has to be held to a higher standard. It's a good point. Yep. That's the whole thing. That's how it works. Good point, Fender.
Understand why you guys brought it. I thought it was totally political. I thought if this guy's name wasn't Alec Baldwin, if it was Alec McIntosh, he wouldn't be there. That he pissed off the prosecutors early on by what he was saying, and they wanted to get him. Why am I wrong?
Well, first of all, I was not involved in the charging decisions. I will tell you that based on my evaluation of the evidence that I was privy to and that I saw when I came on board on this case, was that there were numerous clips from the filming on the set that showed that Mr. Baldwin, unfortunately, did engage in some horseplay with this gun. For example, one individual who was interviewed by the OSHA investigators and testified or gave an interview that there was a time that he allowed Mr. Baldwin to use him kind of as a target to shoot blanks at him, at his person. And obviously these are real guns. You don't do that with real guns. So there's
on a movie set? But isn't that exactly what they do on a movie set?
Well, no, you don't use another person as a target, as a human target. So that could potentially be reckless. And so, he wasn't charged with intentional homicide. There's no question from me. There's no question Mr. Baldwin did not intend to do this. But the question is, was there wanton and recklessness? And so that's why I did believe in the case. I had no idea that this other evidence had not been turned over.
That is very clear, and I've told the audience, this is not about you. That's a separate prosecutor who seemed to know about it. We've showed her on screen. Her name is Morrissey. It is not you. I just want to ask you, I have 2 more questions. The first one is, I still don't buy it. I don't understand how on a movie set, you should have a reasonable expectation that you might have live ammo in the weapon. Well, why? Why would you have that as a reasonable expectation?
Because remember,
this is interesting because I don't ever watch mainstream media. This is interesting to hear what questions people are asking.
There are the SAG guidelines. There's bulletins, safety bulletins that dictate even if you're an actor, even if you're on a movie set, you treat a real firearm as though it's always loaded, never point it at another person, and don't put your finger on the trigger until you're ready to shoot. Those are cardinal firearm handling safety rules. So yes, did I believe that there was some inappropriate behavior with regard to handling this gun? I do. It's unfortunate that things went the way they went, but the fact of the matter is that we as prosecutors have very, very serious and high ethical obligations.
Yeah.
That when something comes to our attention, evidence comes to us, or we become aware of evidence, you turn it over. You don't decide.
Are you a big Alec Baldwin fan? Are you a big Alec Baldwin fan?
That's funny.
You know, I actually do. I am a fan. I wouldn't say a big fan.
I don't even know what movies he's
I
in.
did, and I never saw him as Alec Baldwin, the actor. To me, this is a case, someone died. This was a tragic case. Someone was killed. And she was killed with a live bullet. She was killed because someone also pointed a gun at her. I never had, for me, it was not about Alec Baldwin, the actor. This is not about politics. For me, it was about putting forth the facts before a jury.
Last thing for you, and again, really, thank you for coming on, Ms. Johnson. Really appreciate it. You ooze authenticity to me, and we are very hungry for it right now when it comes to trusting our institutions. So I appreciate what you did.
Yeah.
But I'm also worried for you now. Are you worried that, the right move was for you to just kind of sit there and let the judge make the ruling, and then if they made the wrong ruling, you could have walked away, but now you walked away and you may be a target in the community or by other prosecutors for going bad on your team?
No.
Well, no, I walked away before the judge made the ruling. I asked
I know. Should you have waited?
No,
No,
absolutely
yeah, she's
not.
like, that's a silly question.
I have ethical obligations. And personally, I have moral obligations. And my ethical obligation and my moral obligations really are not that different. And so when I see that something isn't right, and when I see that the law isn't followed, I don't care who you are, where you are.
Yeah.
You make the right decision. And for me, the right decision was to walk up to the judge and ask to be allowed to withdraw before that circus of a hearing got underway.
Do you think that she decided the way she did because of you?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think that
I got to tell you. Go ahead, make your point.
I said I think it's because it met the legal standard.
Yeah, of course.
I got to tell you, Erlinda Ocampo Johnson, this is a very refreshing conversation. It has nothing to do with the outcome of the case.
That's funny.
I still don't get the case, but I respect your argument on it. And I really respect what you did and your rationale for doing it. This was a brave thing to do. And I have tremendous respect for you.
Yeah.
And if there's
I think
anything
she's probably like, it was the only thing to do. That's how I see it.
we can do down the road to help if this gets a little ugly because people don't like what you did,
that would be crazy.
we're a call
That
away
would
if
be
we
insane.
can help in
Sorry.
any way.
No.
But thank you
All
for
right.
rationalizing
Thank you.
your behavior the way you did.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, thank
That's really interesting. It's like, why would people be in disagreement that was the right choice? Yeah, no one's ganging up on anybody. So yeah, so I just wanted to say that what was it? There was a comment here. Yeah, that's absolutely the case there. Adriana, oh my God, I keep saying it differently. But yes, that of course, both of them obviously were very culpable. I mean, there's no question about that. 100%. 100%. I mean, I think that it seems like this evidence would actually not have maybe been, it seems like there was not a violation for Hannah's case because of the fact that her defense team did have this evidence and chose not to use it. So I would say that in light of all this, I think that it seems like justice was still served in Hannah's case, but I think justice was also served here in the sense that there was a Brady violation. It would have been better had there not been a Brady violation, right? So, but there was. So, yeah, no, I agree. That was what I thought too earlier today. I was like, I wonder if anybody's watching. I wonder if Judge Bev is watching. Probably not. Yeah, so do you echo Cuomo that it was what was the word he used? It was refreshing, or that you think she's going to get in trouble or have some backlash? I certainly hope not. So, okay. Let's watch a little bit more of Deputy Heard, because that's what the plan was. So what am I doing? Okay. Hold on just a second. Just gonna go pull that back up. Okay, here we go. All righty.
I didn't,
Oh yeah.
You know, these kids I found them to be these beautiful,
the weirdos,
wildly intelligent little weirdos in the best way. You know, they were.
Yeah, he was in Massachusetts.
I was
Good
falling in love with them, and you know, they were in my life at that time, a short amount of time, but I loved it, and I started to feel very protective, and you know, Johnny's sobriety meant that he was there, and then he.
Well, we can do something else, Kid Smiths. I just, you know, that was a longer detour than I expected, but I was, you know, I know that there were people. I can't remember. I know there were several people that we were all wanting to go and watch that. So, do we need like a palate cleanser? Do we need a palate cleanser? It's so funny because it was like not expected at all that there was going to be this whole thing with Rust, and then this whole thing was going to be palate cleanser from Karen Reed. So crazy. Kid Smith says her brain is having troubles. Okay, well, right. That's why I think it's funny. Yeah, palate cleanser from the palate cleanser. Yeah. Let me see if I have any ideas here. Let me look and see something that I have. If I have anything good. Hold on. Here we go. Where did it go? I have an idea. This is a palate cleanser if ever there was one. Okay, here we go. Ready, guys? Cicada Geddon. It's happening. It's happening. Can you guys see this? Cicada Geddon. There it is. Well, okay, I missed Fender's pun. It's a palate-ception. Yes. Good one. Oh, are you Kid Smiths? Yeah. It's funny because it was just that one day. They didn't come back the next day. Weirdly. I don't know what happened. Did they just go back to sleep, or I don't know. It's funny. Yeah, it's hard to see, Fender. It's cicadas. Here, I'll play it again. They're hard to see. Y'all. There are a ton of, it's amazing. Cicada Geddon. They're really everywhere. It's happening. In the video, anyway. It's happening.
Can you guys see this?
It was crazy. It was like the plague. It was like biblical looking out there in real life. But like, it was just that one day, and then that was it, which is fine. Like, hopefully they stay away. The green dots, the green dots, I would think are just leaves or whatever, or like other blades of grass. Let me look and see, because y'all, if that's what you're seeing. So there's moving. Some of them, okay, they're hard to see. So like they might look green depending on where they're at, how close they are to the camera, or they might look black, but they're moving. It's just hard to see.
Katie, get in.
It's so funny because like as I was filming it, I could see it. And again, it was like biblical, right? But then it's like watching it back, it's like, you can really see him.
It's happening. It's happening.
That was a good spot. You could kind of see them buzzing around there. Can you guys see them moving? So when sometimes they do look green when they fly at a certain angle, but they're not always green. That makes sense.
Can you guys see this?
Oh, there was some in the back. Yeah, it's just, and then of course the lighting changed somehow in the video. I don't know how that happened. It was like 10 seconds, but anyway. So, okay, well, we will call it a night then, and I don't know what happened to DSN, and I don't know how far he will be along tomorrow, but we'll figure it out, the plan. We'll do another Saturday night special with Debbie Heard, and we'll sort of play it by ear to see where we pick up. If we may end up starting back where we left off today, or maybe we'll be further along on day 15. But I'll keep you guys posted in the Discord, and then I guess we'll be resuming the Karen Read recaps here shortly. But yeah, I agree that it is nice to have a little break, and it was really fun watching this while we did. And then of course we squirrel tangented into Baldwin. So that's exactly, yeah, that's Kit Smith makes a great point. We didn't get that far. Yep. Accurate. Accurate. Yeah, he hasn't missed much. That is the truth. So okay, well, you guys are the best. Thanks for being here. As always, I hopefully see you guys soon. And I'm going to roll the outro. Love y'all. Thanks for being here.